Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, good morning. Even though it is not my responsibility to welcome you, let me say a big welcome to this wonderful session where we take stock of our activities for the past year and we strategize to take up the tasks and the mandates of the department as we proceed through this year. At this juncture, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's invite Reverend Mark Aponsan to lead us in an open prayer. Mark Aponsan is the head of the Public Debt and Investments Directorate of the Comptroller and Accountant General's Department.
Let's pray. Most gracious and everlasting Father, we come before you this morning with grateful hearts as we open this annual conference of the Comptroller and Accountant General Department. We thank you for your faithfulness over Ghana and the privilege to serve this nation through stewardship of public funds. We pray for your guidance. We pray for the wisdom. We pray for your understanding. We pray for unity of purpose. Protect everybody represented here so that throughout the conference we will experience your glory and the benefits of our country. We give you all the praise and we glorify your name in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much, Reverend. We'll invite the contractor to give us 3 minutes of entertainment as we settle into the program. CNC contractor, please, a brief performance. Thank you very much. your seats and feel comfortable in the person's home as if you belong there. We therefore want to know whether we are warmly accepted. Other than that, we pack our bag and baggage and proceed to our homes. So, on behalf of the regional minister, we have the Honorable Minister Chief Executive for New Driving South, Honorable Bransford Owusu Bachi, to tell us whether we are welcome. Please, let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Good morning. I am reading this speech. I welcome and on behalf of my able regional minister, who is being taken away by an equally important assignment. Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Your Excellency, Professor J. Nana Akufo-Addo, our revered Chairperson, Asibre Nana Akufo-Addo, the Controller and Accountant General, Mr. Kwesi Ajayi, Honorable Municipal Chief Executives, distinguished directors and staff of Controller and Accountant General Department across Ghana, development partners, invited guests, media, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again. It is my honor and pleasure to warmly welcome you all to the Eastern Region, particularly Foria, for the 2026 Annual Conference of Controller and Accountant General's Department. On behalf of the Regional Coordinating Council and the good people of the Eastern Region, I extend our warmest greetings to each and every one of you, especially to our Vice President, Her Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo. We are delighted to host this important national annual conference and trust that your stay here will both be productive and memorable. This conference is convened under the very relevant theme, promoting fiscal responsibility, enhancing compliance and monitoring systems. This theme captures the direction in which the public financial management must evolve, particularly in an era defined by rapid technological advancement and heightened public expectations for openness and efficiency. Staff of the Controller and Accountant General Department play a very critical role in our governance structure. Their advice and direction are required for judicious use of public funds. Ladies and gentlemen, the importance of this gathering cannot be overstated. It provides a unique platform for stakeholders within the public financial management space to come together, exchange ideas, and reflect on the systems and practices that underpin our national development efforts. In Ghana, we have made commendable progress in strengthening our public management systems. The adoption of digital platforms such as the Ghana Integrated Financial Management Information System (GIFMIS) has significantly improved financial reporting, enhanced expenditure control, and reduced inefficiencies within the public sector. This conference offers an opportunity not only to review progressively, but also to confront existing challenges and explore practical solutions. I encourage all participants to engage fully, share knowledge, and contribute meaningfully to the discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, as you digest the theme in the coming days, I am confident that outcome of the conference will strengthen our governance systems through compliance and support national development. It is my expectation that from Koforidua, accountants gathered here will help their respective management units and account stakeholders to reduce audit infractions or avoid it completely. It is better to comply with the fiscal regulations than to face the Public Accounts Committee to provide explanations. In closing, let me once again warmly welcome you to Koforidua. I wish you fruitful and successful deliberations. Thank you, and may God bless our Ghana.
Thank you very much. Please let's put the hands together for him once more time. Well, he said that it is better to adhere to the principles of fiscal policy than to appear before the Public Accounts Committee. I believe that is not just a word to the wise, it is a word to the public sector. Please let's put the hands together for him one more time. Having been welcomed home, we would humbly invite our Deputy Controller General in charge of Financial Administration, Mrs. Emilia Osei, to come and introduce some of our special guests. Dear God, please let's put the hands together for her. Well, if you care to know, she is the only woman among the strong top hierarchy of the department. Please put the hands together for her again.
Thank you very much, Cephas. Good morning, distinguished dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pride and heartfelt appreciation that I stand, truly remarkable group of individuals, our guests, whose presence elevates the significance of this gathering. This year's conference theme, leveraging technology, transparency, and accountability for sustainable fiscal governance, is both timely and consequential. It speaks to the realities of modern public administration, the need to strengthen systems, reduce risk, improve service delivery, and deepen public trust through credible processes and measurable accountability. Distinguished guests, Controller and Accountant General's Department is mandated to receive, disburse, and provide secure custody for public funds. In doing so, we recognize that fiscal governance cannot be sustained on paper. It must be strengthened by systems that work in practice, systems that are resilient, secure, auditable, and transparent to the extent possible. This conference, therefore, provides us with the opportunity to, one, examine how technology can improve data quality, validation, and payroll integrity, strengthen transparency through better reporting, clearer processes, and more accountable workflow, and reinforce accountability through compliance, audit readiness, and continuous improvements. It is heartwarming to note that we have distinguished personalities who share in our aspirations as a department. We constantly seeking ways to improve the delivery of financial management services to the government and the general public. Let us take a moment to acknowledge and celebrate our invited guests. First, Assistant Controllers and Accountant Generals, kindly acknowledge and celebrate them. We have Regional Directors, colleague Deputy Controllers and Accountant Generals, the Technical Advisor to the Minister of Finance, Alhaji Ibrahim Day, the Director Budget, Ministry of Finance, Mr. Benjamin Ajete, the Deputy Director General of the Internal Audit Agency, Mr. Bismarck Abobi Aite, the Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority, Mr. Anthony Kwesi Sapong, the Auditor General, Mr. Johnson Nekwamwaisiedu, the Head of the Civil Service, Dr. Evans Agredakun, the Chairman of the Public Services Commission, Professor Victor Kwame Ajiman, our own Controller and Accountant General, Mr. Kwesi Ejein, the Municipal Chief Executive, Honorable Ransford Boachi, the Eastern Regional Minister, who is not here at the moment, our Deputy Minister for Finance and MP for Isujaman, Honorable Thomas Nyako Ampem, the Paramount Chief of New Japan Traditional Council, Dasebre Kweku Boating III. Also, we have in the entourage of the Vice President, Honorable Ofuswan Pofu, Security Advisor to the Political Advisor, to the Vice President. We also have the Chief of Staff of the Vice President, Honorable Alex Segbefia. And with a resounding applause, let us recognize and acknowledge Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. Let us continue to give all our invited guests a round of applause as we embark on what promises to be a meaningful and memorable conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Please give it to her, please. My destiny, the department is in her hands. Please give it to her one more time. Madam, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We also have Papa Nyami, who is the aide to the Vice President here. Please let's acknowledge him. We have Musa Abdullahi, the political advisor to the Vice President. Please let's acknowledge him. We have Mansa Amwa Ewa, policy advisor on finance to the Vice President. Please let's acknowledge her. We have Dr. Hamza Zagaria, policy advisor on economy to the Vice President. Please let's do it better. Mami Amaprat, spokesperson for the Vice President. Please let's acknowledge her too. Then Professor Theresa Ening, senior aide to the Vice President. Please let's give it up to her. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we would have 2 minutes performance. Mr. Xavier Aqua, please show up immediately. Please let's give it up to him. There is somebody who has been blessed that he doesn't use the trumpets with the throats. It's his trumpet. Xavier. So on this note, please, let's welcome the Controller and Accountant General, the host of the conference. Please, a round of applause for him.
Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Nana J. Aji, the Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance and Member of Parliament for Sojamai, Honorable Thomas Nyako Ampi, the Chief of Staff, Office of the Vice President, Honorable Alex Sedefia, the political advisor to the Vice President and the former chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Dr. Samuel Fusuampofo, the Municipal Chief Executive for New Jobin, Honorable Ransford Boachi, the chairman of the Public Services Commission, the head of the Civil Service, the Commissioner General, Ghana Revenue Authority, the technical advisor to the Minister for Finance, Deputy Controller and Accountant Generals, regional directors and staff of the Controller and Accountant General's Department, distinguished guests, media professionals, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is both an honor and a privilege to welcome you to the Controller and Accountant General's Department's 2026 Annual Conference. This conference offers a valuable opportunity to reflect on our progress, confront our challenges, and collectively chart a forward-looking path for Ghana's public financial management system. We are especially honored We are especially honored by the presence of Her Excellency, the Vice President, whose participation underscores the government's unwavering commitment to fiscal discipline, transparency, and accountability. Your Excellency, we are most grateful. Ladies and gentlemen, we meet at a critical moment as Ghana continues its journey toward fiscal consolidation, heightened accountability, and enhanced public trust. The theme for this year's conference, leveraging technology, transparency, and accountability for sustainable fiscal governance is therefore timely and strategic. These pillars are not that abstract ideals. Technology must drive efficiency and enable real-time decision-making. Transparency must reinforce public confidence, and accountability must ensure the disciplined use of public resources. Together, they define the standards by which we must operate. Over the years, the department has intensified efforts to strengthen Ghana's public financial management framework. The Ghana Integrated Financial Management Information System, GIFMIS, remains the backbone of budget execution and commitment control. It continues to play a critical role in preventing unauthorized spending and enhancing transparency across MDAs and MMDAs. We will therefore deepen system integration, enforce compliance, and improve real-time reporting. A major milestone in this reform agenda is the signing of a service level agreement among Control and Accountant General Department, the Ghana Interbank Payment and Settlement System, GIPS, and the commercial banks and the Apex Bank. The agreement formalizes the phased withdrawal of manual checks and the full transition to electronic funds transfer systems. This reform eliminates inefficiencies, reduces delays, strengthens audit trails, and significantly reduces opportunities for fraud. More importantly, it aligns Ghana's payment system with international best practice and enhances the timeliness and credibility of government payments. Equally significant is the progress in financial reporting. The 2025 whole of government accounts saw the adoption of additional international public sector accounting standards, furthering Ghana's transition to full accrual accounting. This achievement enhances the credibility, comparability, and completeness of our financial statements by providing a clearer picture of government assets, liabilities, revenues, and expenditure. It strengthens evidence-based decision-making, improves fiscal discipline, and boosts investor confidence, whilst reinforcing public trust in the management of national resources. Payroll integrity remains a critical priority. The credibility of national payroll is maintained through a robust system of controls, planning, validation, processing, payment, and auditing. Key measures, including segregation of duties, the no validation, no pay policy, financial credence protocols, and strict virtual validation, ensure that only verified employees are paid. These measures are reinforced: payroll quality assurance processes, reconciliation procedures, and internal audit oversight. Recent reforms have further strengthened the system by upgrading validation technologies, enhancing EPV monitoring tools, and improving administrative controls. The rationalization of management units and continuous stakeholder engagement have also improved efficiency and compliance. Looking ahead, the department is deepening collaboration with the National Identification Authority to further strengthen payroll integrity through biometric verification. As part of onboarding the identity verification platform, government employees on payroll will require to undergo periodic live biometric verification using facial or fingerprint recognition. This reform will ensure that the payroll remains continuously aligned with verified identity, not only at the point of entry, but throughout the employee's tenure. In parallel, the department will sustain the momentum in migrating public universities to the centralized government payroll platform. Building on the progress already achieved, the next phase will focus on onboarding the remaining universities. This initiative goes beyond a technical migration. It represents a strategic reform aimed at enhancing payroll integrity, eliminating irregularities, and strengthening transparency and accountability in the management of public funds. The department will continue to work closely with the university authority and key stakeholders to ensure a smooth transition, protect staff welfare, and deliver a unified, efficient and credible payroll system for the tertiary education sector. Collectively, these measures reflect a comprehensive and forward-looking approach to payroll management, leveraging technology, strengthening controls, and promoting accountability to safeguard public resources and enhance trust in government financial system. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we must confront the persistent issue of audit infractions with openness and resolve. The Auditor General's annual report consistently highlights breaches of financial regulations, weak internal controls, and instances of non-compliance across MMDAs, MDAs, and MMDAs, often resulting in significant financial losses. These infractions are not merely procedural lapses. They signal a breakdown in accountability and erode public confidence in the stewardship of national resources. As custodians of public purse, we must strengthen compliance with the Public Financial Management Act, ensure sanctions where necessary, enforce sanctions where necessary, and use systems such as GIFMIS to enhance transparency, traceability, and real-time oversight. Let us commit to moving from recurring audit findings to sustained corrective action, ensuring that public funds are managed with integrity, discipline, and full accountability. The Auditor General's report remains one of the clearest reflections of our performance as a department. With this, like the Public Accounts Committee and the Ghana Audit Service, whose collaboration continues to strengthen public financial management in Ghana. Above all, I commend the staff of the Controller Accountant General Department for their dedication and professionalism. Ladies and gentlemen, the journey towards sustainable fiscal governance requires commitment, collaboration, and courage. The reforms we are implementing, from electronic payments to strengthening financial reporting, demonstrate our determination to modernize public financial management and to enhance public confidence. Let us use this conference to share ideas, develop solutions, and commit to excellence. Thank you, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
I believe you can do it better. And so, in epitome, you can say that this is a forward-looking organization, constantly seeking ways to improve its service delivery, and also serving the nation and serving government. Please put your hands together for the Controller and Accountant General. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst the President of ICA Ghana, Mr. Augustine Addo. Please let's acknowledge his presence. We also have the President of our Association of Women Accountants, Mrs. Ikia Bonso. Okay, all right. Thank you very much. It is said that it is better late than never. And we are most privileged to have had our chairman for the occasion joining us. It was held up in other traditional issues. But then despite those, how important those issues are, he had a conference on his heart and he has still found way to join us. The paramount chief of New Joabin Traditional Council, Dasibre Kweku Boateng III. Please, a thunderous applause. Nana, Akwaba. At this juncture, we would receive brief solidarity messages first from the head of the civil service, Dr. Evans. Hey, let me get it well before I'm queried. Dr. Evans Agredako, please. Please do it better before I step off here, before I get queried.
If I were in Legon, I would say -10. Because the moment you can't pronounce your lecturer's name, it will attract some sanctions. Thank you very much. So first, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor J. Nana Akufo-Addo, Dasibre Kweku Boateng III, the Mahine of the New Joabin Traditional Council, our Deputy Minister for Finance, Thomas Ubiquitous, always with us. Thank you very much, Thomas Ampemdakon, also an MP. The Chief of Staff of the Office of the Vice President, my good friend, Dr. Ofosu Ampofo, Governance Advisor to the Vice President, Senior Advisors to the Vice President, the Municipal Chief Executive who is representing the Minister for the Eastern Region. Let me recognize the Chairman of the Public Services Commission, under whose authority all of us earn our wages. Let me recognize Controller and Accountant General, yes, the hosts, heads of various institutions, the Commissioner General, Ghana Revenue Authority, distinguished development partners, senior officials of the civil service, the public service. Of course, let me also recognize the deputies to the CAJ, the staff of Controller and Accountant General's Department, invited guests. I will recognize our media professionals, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. It is with great honor that I address this distinguished gathering at the 2026 Controller and Accountant General's Department Annual Conference. This conference indeed continues to provide a strategic platform for reflection, collaboration, and forward-thinking dialogue on strengthening public financial management in Ghana. I commend the leadership leadership and staff of the Controller and Accountant General's Department for this sustained commitment to reform, innovation, and professionalism in the stewardship of public resources. Yes, Excellency, somebody told me that reform is any artificial inducement against resistance. And so if a department is committed to reform, it means they want to deal with the demons who are resisting the reform, if you like. So your commitment to maintaining fiscal discipline and ensuring accountability remains critical to Ghana's development agenda. The theme for this year's conference, leveraging technology, transparency, and accountability for sustainable fiscal governance, is both timely and, for me, very compelling. It reflects the realities of modern governance, the urgent need for public institutions to revolve in response to rapid technological advancement and increasing public demand for accountability. Indeed, the theme speaks to a fundamental shift in the way governments across the world are managing public finances, where traditional systems are being replaced by integrated, technology-driven, and citizen-centered approaches to fiscal governance. I dare say that we live in a VUCA world that is volatile, a world that is uncertain, a world that is complex, and a world sometimes very ambiguous. Governments are called upon to do more with less. Governments will go to the market with the products that you and I have created. Governments will be interested in what we do. In today's digital era, technology has become an indispensable tool in public financial management. Across the world, governments are leveraging digital systems not only to improve efficiency, but also to fundamentally transform the way financial processes are designed, executed, and monitored. Technology enhances the speed, accuracy, and reliability of financial operations, reducing human discretion, minimizes the risk associated with manual systems. It also enables governments through the civil service, for instance, to generate real-time data, which is critical for informed decision-making, effective planning, and timely interventions. More importantly, the adoption of digital tools fosters integration across institutions that eliminates silos and promote a whole-of-government approach to fiscal management. One way of reducing corruption, Excellency, is to reduce the number of transactions over which public officials have discretionary powers. Sometimes discretionary power exists to be abused. So when we reduce the number of transactions over which public officials have discretionary power, it's one of the surest ways by which, quote and unquote, we undermine the demons and create more saints to neutralize the demons. While technology provides tools and systems, it is transparency and accountability that gives purpose, credibility, and sustainability to fiscal governance. Transparency ensures that fiscal financial information is open, is accessible, and is understandable to stakeholders, including citizens, oversight institutions, and development partners. It strengthens public confidence in government operations and creates an environment where decisions can be scrutinized and validated. Accountability, on the other hand, ensures that individuals and institutions entrusted with public resources are answerable for their actions and decisions. Therefore, reinforces discipline, promotes ethical conduct, and ensures that public funds are used efficiently for the purpose for which they are intended. The interplay between these three elements is what ultimately drives fiscal, sustainable fiscal governance. Technology without transparency may lead to opaque efficiency, while transparency without accountability may not yield consequences for effective management. Similarly, accountability without reliable data and systems may be ineffective. It's therefore the integration of technology, transparency, and accountability that creates a resilient, credible, and future-oriented fiscal systems capable of delivering long-term national development outcomes. We desire to reduce poverty in a certain agenda. We desire to create more wealth in a certain agenda. We desire to reduce unemployment. We desire to undermine or deal with underdevelopment. We must therefore focus on the activities that permit growth, the activities that promote development, and financial improvement as a critical component of good governance. And good governance, in its shortest form, will deal with the efficient utilization of a state's resources and power. That's good governance. Now, the capabilities of good governance will lead to the following: political system which provide opportunity for all, opportunity that exists to influence government policies and programs, provide macroeconomic stability. We want to promote growth necessary to reduce poverty, implement pro-poor policies, generate equitable and universal provision of effective basic services, ensure personal safety and security, manage natural resources, national security arrangement accordingly, and of course, develop an honest and accountable government. Our own Kofi Annan once remarked, and Your Excellency, with your permission, I quote, "Good governance is perhaps the single most important factor in eradicating poverty and promoting development," unquote. This underscores the critical importance of building systems that are not only efficient, but also transparent and accountable. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to note that Ghana continues to make significant strides in leveraging technology to strengthen its public financial management system through the gift mix, moving from manual to paperless electronic processes, the Ghana Electronic Procurement System, the GHANEPS, for procurement management, among others. The HANS budget preparation, execution, among others. The controller has actually indicated some of the gaps that exist. And it's our responsibility that we deal with these gaps so that the public purse is effectively managed. It is important to underscore that these achievements have been largely driven by the commitment and leadership of our government, supported by an agile and adaptive civil service, which I'm proud to head, by playing a pivotal role in championing the adoption and implementation of these technological reforms. Through policy coordination, institutional leadership, among others, chief directors, heads of departments report on sound financial management in the performance agreement template and administrative oversight. Civil service staff must ensure that digital systems are effectively utilized so that we can collectively provide the oversight and the stewardship of the public resources. Countries like Estonia, Rwanda, Singapore, and others have leveraged on technology to make a lot of progress. So I'm very confident that the deliberations of this conference will provide strictures and yield practical and impactful outcomes that will further strengthen Ghana's fiscal governance framework. I want us to adopt a CARE principle, and I will end. What do I mean by CARE principle? Public officials ought to be courteous, like the C. We want you to be accessible, that is the A. The R refers to being responsive, because our people expect us to be very responsive. And the E for efficiency. You have to be efficient. I wish you very fruitful deliberations and successful conference. Thank you, and may God continue to bless us all in the civil service of the Republic of Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for him one more time. As we also welcome the chairman of the Public Services Commission, Professor Victor Kwame Agyemang, to give us a brief address.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor J. Nana Opoku Agyemang. Dasibre Kwaku Boateng III, Paramount Chief of New Jabin Traditional Area. My very good friend, Dr. Agri Darko, I was timing him about 1 minute to go through the acknowledgements. So I will stand on a protocol that he has established, and then Your Excellency move on. In the same way, I associate with the speech, so I will make three quick statements. But before that, on behalf of the Public Services Commission, we, Your Excellency, express our condolences to your senior political advisor on the demise of his father, so Honorable Ampofu accept our condolences. Your Excellency, I said 3 or 3.5. The first one is that it's to express our appreciation on behalf of the whole public services, our appreciation to Her Excellency the Vice President. Anytime we have contacted your office on any public service program, she has made it a point to attend. So it is indeed a pleasure. The other thing is that, you see, when you started going around unannounced, we had calls that, people were a little bit jittery, that at any time Her Excellency will come around. I think that created a little bit of, keeping people in line. So we are grateful for these unannounced visits, but I'm not going to say that continue to come. But we would appreciate to receive you at any time, because this helps us in being efficient. The second thing is that Your Excellency would like to express our appreciation to the government. One of the things that the media and all Ghanaians, when things are not going on well, they put the blame on the public services of Ghana. You are not efficient. You are not a lot of time. But when things are going well, like now that there are a lot of economic progress, they have forgotten the public services. To say that we have supported the government to achieve these successes. Indeed, the public services are the wheels on which the political government rides. So if there are any successes, please don't forget the public services, Your Excellency. And therefore, we like to commend the government on the good work that you are doing, and also commend GRA is here, Controller, Office of Head of Service, everybody on the good thing that we are doing. The last thing is to commend all participants and to wish you well. We believe that this platform is going to give us the opportunity to discuss things on how to support Your Excellency in driving forward government's agenda. And we can assure you, on behalf of all the public services, I would like to assure you of our unflinching support. We'll work to ensure that the government's agenda is achieved. Thank you very much, and wish you all the best.
I think it's worthwhile for us to say that, no, I didn't say you should clap, but I want you to say that, if you are all as public servants, then I want you to tap yourself on your chest and say that I have contributed my quota in making Ghana as better as it has become now. Be saying it. Yeah. And clap for yourself. So that we would acknowledge our boss who have spoken for us. Let's give it up to him. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we would now receive a special message from our mother ministry. Standing in the stead of the Minister for Finance is our Deputy Minister for Finance and MP for Esujaman, Honorable Thomas Ampem Nyakun. Please, you have the stage.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Kweku Boateng, Dasibre Kweku Boateng, the Paramount Chief for New Japan. Because I also want to save 1 minute, let me say, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to be here once again. But before I start, I want to say this, that our mother, Her Excellency, the Vice President, has taught us one thing. At the early stages of our administration, my minister asked me to represent him at a function at Kempinski Hotel. The program was scheduled to start at 10 o'clock. But I rushed there and arrived at 2 minutes after 10. When I got there, Her Excellency was already in the auditorium. So I couldn't sit on the seat reserved for me. I had to sit somewhere at the back. In fact, if you invite her for a program and you say 10 o'clock, if you don't want to be embarrassed, be ready 30 minutes to time. So today, when I saw that she was going to be here, I made sure that I arrived 30 minutes to time. Madam, thank you for teaching us to be punctual. It is a pleasure once again to engage distinguished professionals from the Comptroller and Accountant General's Department. Last year, we met at the Ho Technical University under the theme Enhancing Public Financial Management Excellence. And I'm always lucky at your events, Dr. Ato Forson will ask me to come and represent him, and it's always a delight to interact with you. Perhaps your focus then was informed by the revealed horrors relating to the weakness of the PFM system. It was a system weakened by years of fiscal indiscipline and inefficiency. At the time, we had just uncovered arrears and commitments amounting to 68.8 billion cedis. This was a stark reminder of the scale of the challenge before us. That moment emboldened the reset agenda of His Excellency President Mahama. We had just delivered the 2025 budget to reset the economy, and through that, Dr. Ato Forson made our intentions clear. And it was to restore discipline, tighten controls, and rebuild credibility in our public financial management system. We worked towards passing critical amendments to the PFM Act 2016. We introduced the commitment authorization mechanisms and directly linked procurements to budget. We have set up an independent fiscal council and have institutionalized the Value for Money Office. These crucial changes were being made under the reset agenda because of the distress the economy faced. The changes were also being made because President Mahama had a credible plan to reposition the economy. Today, we can all confirm that our reforms are working. The reset agenda is delivering results in the economy, enterprises, and everyone. We have restored fiscal discipline as the cornerstone of economic governance, and you, the leadership and staff of the Comptroller and Accountant General's Department, have been central to this impressive outcome. So the head of public services, you see, we are recognizing the public sector officials for their role in this. In 2025, your work translated policy into credibility. Through enhanced payroll controls and biometric validations, public payroll irregularities were significantly reduced. That exercise ensured that about 14,000 unverified workers and 53,307 separated staffs who remained on the wage bill were eliminated. This is delivering estimated savings running into hundreds of millions of cedis. This week, we also know that the payroll of the National Service Authority has reduced significantly from 1.6 billion Ghana cedis to 700 million cedis, following the introduction of tighter verification systems. Through stricter commitment controls, MDAs are increasingly spending within approved ceilings and is contributing to a measurable slowdown in arrears accumulation. through GIFMIS expansion, coverage of public financial transactions across central government institutions is now near universal, with improved real-time visibility on expenditure. And through timely and credible
Hello. Mike. Hello.
Okay, thank you. And through timely and credible public accounts, transparency has improved. This has strengthened parliament.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Remain our goal. Thank you. These have been foundational to our fiscal credibility. They signal to citizens, investors, and development partners that Ghana is serious about discipline, accountability, and reform. However, we cannot be complacent because in public finance, good is never good enough. Optimization and excellence remain our goal. We must recognize that the demands on our fiscal systems are increasing. The expectations from citizens are rising. Fiscal pressures are intensifying, and the tolerance for inefficiency is rapidly disappearing. The next phase of reform must therefore go beyond compliance. It must deliver impact for our people. That is why I'm pleased that this year you choose to focus on leveraging technology, transparency, and accountability for sustainable fiscal governance. This theme is not only timely, it is also very imperative. Based on this focus, the question before us is simple. How do we move from efficiency to excellence? How do we move from compliance to impact? How do we move from systems to transformation? I dare say that the answer lies in three critical imperatives. First, deepen digital transformation. We must invest in next-generation public financial management systems that integrate seamlessly across government institutions, eliminate redundancies, and enhance interoperability. I am pleased to reiterate that the Ministry of Finance has elevated PFM system reforms to a first-order priority. The PFM Compliance Division established last year is enforcing discipline. Learning from the immediate success the Compliance Division has done, the Ministry has since March 2026 set up the PFM Systems Division. The focus is to ensure planned rollout of structural and system PFM changes are done on time, within scope, and on budget. This high priority for systemic changes in PFM is what informed our decision to introduce an AI-powered system to strengthen customs administration, detect undervaluation, and close long-standing revenue leakages at our ports. We must accept that rules are not enough. They must be measured, enforced, and visible.
We must ensure that deviations from financial rules are detected early, reported transparently, and addressed decisively. That is why we launched the PFM Compliance League Table in March 2026 to rank institutions and drive performance through transparency. We are modernizing revenue administration through digital VAT systems, fiscal devices, and real-time monitoring. Our focus is to move accountability from principle to practice and from practice to consequence. And third, lessons from elsewhere, actually lessons from best practices, suggest that modern fiscal governance requires new capabilities, including data analytics, systems thinking, and risk-based decision-making. These must become core competencies within the Controller and Accountant General's Department, because the future of public finance will not be managed by only manual processes. It will be driven by data, systems, and intelligence. The Ministry of Finance stands ready to engage towards finding cost-effective and efficient avenues to advancing the ongoing modernization of the Controller and Accountant General's Department. Let me emphasize that you are not just accountants, you are custodians of public trust. Every transaction you validate, every control you enforce, every report you produce determines whether public resources translate into roads, schools, hospitals, and real opportunities for our people. We know that fiscal governance is the foundation upon which economic stability, investor confidence, and national development are built. If we get it right, we unlock growth, jobs, and prosperity. But if we get it wrong, we undermine everything else. What I am saying is that the Controller and Accountant General's Department, therefore, sits at the heart of Ghana's economic transformation. I am confident that with continued commitment, innovation, and discipline, you rise to this challenge. So let us be clear in our resolve to leverage technology, strengthen transparency, and enforce accountability. And together, let us build a fiscal system that is not only efficient, but trusted, resilient, and future-ready. Fiscal discipline is not an end in itself. It is the foundation upon which sustainable development is built. The reforms we have initiated are not temporary. They are structural, designed to ensure that Ghana never returns to the cycle of indiscipline, inefficiency, and fiscal distress again. As custodians of public financial management, your responsibility is critical, and I urge you to continue to uphold the highest standards of professionalism, integrity, and accountability. Together, we are doing more than managing public finances. We are rebuilding trust. We are restoring confidence. We are laying the foundation for a resilient and prosperous Ghana. The economy is stabilizing. Confidence is returning. The foundation is firm. Now we must build. Thank you, and God bless you.
You are not just public accountants, you are custodians of public funds. So let's pursue and enforce accountability. Please, let's put our hands together to our Honorable Minister. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, yesi se inso betwa inframayere edikan. Let's receive a performance from the CNC Cultural Troupe whilst we organize the podium for the excellent and wonderful message we are about to receive. CNC, please, your performance.
1, 2. Ote, 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. Hello.
Thank you, CNC. Thank you. We are most grateful for your performance. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are most grateful. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let's be on our feet and receive Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana.
Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Let Let me address Dasibre Kweku Boateng III, Paramount Chief for Joabin, traditional area, and also address Nananom and then the rest of us. Good morning. Oh, good morning. Thank you. It's always a joy for me to be in Koforidua. You don't know this part. So this is confession time. I spent part of my childhood in Koforidua. Medase. I attended St. Joseph Primary School, Anglican. That's for a couple of years before I went to Ebri Girls Boarding School. So I have a special affiliation to the Eastern region also. And my best friend at the time when I was in primary school was Patience Boateng, Nanama. And one of my father's friends was Prince Boateng. So I think I remember a little bit. I heard about the unannounced visits. And I want to explain that those visits were very well announced and planned. So there was no intention to make anybody nervous. The idea was to bring ourselves closer to where, let me say, the action was. So it was to visit. But going forward, there will be unannounced visits. And again, the idea is not to make anybody nervous. The idea will be to see you on an ordinary day when you don't know anybody is coming, what the ministry, what the establishment looks like. Sometimes it tells you many things that you may not see or miss in the report, and yet they are necessary. So I will not talk about the Deputy Finance Minister's comment on time. We'll leave that for another time. So, colleagues, Nananom, it is a pleasure to join you today. And this platform offers us an important opportunity to assess our progress and renew our commitment to strengthen Ghana's public financial management systems through professionalism and institutional excellence. Accounting has always enabled governments to allocate and to plan. It has ensured that resources are managed with prudence. Yet history reminds us, through painful episodes, what happens when accounting systems do not live up to their task. Ladies and gentlemen, your work sits at the very heart of national development. As fiscal governance is essential for maintaining Ghana's national progress. And the theme of this year's conference aligns with the Government of Ghana's policy direction as outlined in the budget statement and economic policy. With that in mind, over the past year, government has aimed to show that discipline delivers results. Do you agree or not? Good. Inflation declined from 23.8% in December 2024 to 3.2% as of March this year. The CD, thank you. The CD has stabilized significantly, supported by improved reserves. More importantly, Ghana has achieved a primary fiscal surplus of 1.6%, thus reversing previous deficits. This is the result of deliberate reforms and improved public financial management systems driven largely by institutions such as yours. You should be very proud of yourselves. And of course, our Minister of Finance and his team are also to be highly commended. Nana Chairman, the government of Ghana has shifted toward technology-driven public financial management. The future of fiscal governance is digital, but it must be digital with discipline. Government has therefore taken steps to modernize our management systems. We are deploying AI-powered trade analytics and digital VAT systems to ensure revenue mobilization, reduce leakages, and improve compliance. At our ports, inspection systems are being introduced to detect under-invoicing and smuggling, which have historically cost the nation revenue. At the same time, we are strengthening our data systems through GDP and CBIC rebasing, ensuring that our decisions are grounded in credible and reliable data. For the Comptroller and Accountant General's Department, this signals real-time financial reporting, evidence-based decision-making, and verifiable accountability. Distinguished participants, transparency in managing public funds ensures that government operates effectively, development is credible, and citizens feel included. To strengthen legal and institutional compliance, therefore, we are enforcing the following. The amended Public Financial Management Act 2025 sanctions for non-compliance and real-time audit monitoring systems. The government is also establishing a value for money office to certify projects before approval, monitor implementation, and ensure that our resources deliver measurable impact and that our efforts translate into real outcomes. As we all say, cra 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 no any day is to ensure that lives are improved and that they are improved from the bottom. But public debt has been reduced significantly. Treasury bill rates have declined. Revenue mobilization has improved. Our fiscal outlook has stabilized, and Ghana's credit ratings have strengthened. The numbers reflect a growing confidence in our nation's fiscal management. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the 2026 budget clearly states, and I quote, "Every CD must work for the Ghanaian people," end of quote. And you are the institution that ensures that this happens. We know we can continue to count on you. You don't think so? As we move forward, the role of the Comptroller and Accountant General's Department becomes even more strategic. You are expected to do the following: lead the digital transformation of government accounting systems, ensure strict commitment control and prevent arrears, strengthen payroll integrity, and eliminate ghost names, drive real-time financial reporting, and support transparent, accountable public expenditure systems. Ladies and gentlemen, please let us not forget that the reforms we implement are linked to national transformation in very tangible ways. Such reforms deliver results like the investment in infrastructure under the Big Push, expanded education, health and social protection, and of course, job creation. This is the essence of judicious fiscal governance. It turns policy into impact and resources into development outcomes. And it is why Ghana is pursuing discipline, embracing the needed technology, strengthening accountability, and building a resilient and transparent public financial system. Sustaining these gains requires strong institutions, and your department is central to that effort. Let our public financial management system continue to strengthen accountability, promote open, clear reporting and capacity development, consolidate controls and compliance, and ensure accurate reporting across all public institutions. If these commitments are pursued consistently, and I have no doubt that you do so, your work will improve the numbers in the reports and also improve lives through better governance. May your meeting generate practical solutions, stronger systems, and lead to even better governance across our beloved country. I want to thank you for your dedication to public service, and I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you for your time, and may God bless our beautiful country, Ghana.
We would invite the Controller and Accountant General to join us here. We have a presentation from the department to be presented by the Controller and Accountant General. Please be seated. Permit me to read before presentation. Controller and Accountant General's Department. Thank you, Chief. Citation in honor of Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Opoku Agyeman, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. This citation is proudly presented to Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Opoku Agyeman, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, in recognition of her distinguished leadership and unwavering commitment to Ghana's economic transformation. As a trailblazing woman in leadership, Her Excellency the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana stands as a powerful symbol of excellence, resilience, and inspiration. Rising through the highest levels of governance, she has shattered barriers and redefined the role of women in economic leadership. Her accomplishments reflect not only professional brilliance, but also a deep commitment to inclusive development, empowering women and young people, and championing policies that advance equity and national prosperity. Through her example, she continues to pave the way for future generations of women to aspire, lead, and excel at the highest levels of public service. We celebrate her dedication to public service her impactful contributions to national development, and her steadfast pursuit of excellence and governance, presented with the highest honor and appreciation on behalf of the Controller and Accountant General's Department by Mr. Kwesi J, the Controller and Accountant General. Thank you. A round of applause, please. Madam, thank you very much. At this juncture, we would turn to our chairman for the occasion, Dasebre Kuku Boateng III, the paramount chief of New Jabin Traditional Council. Please, a round of applause.
Excellency, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor J. Nana Akufo-Addo Ajimani, the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Planning, the Controller and Accountant General, senior government officials, distinguished guests, and esteemed stakeholders in public financial management. As we bring this opening ceremony, I wish to express a sincere appreciation to the Controller and Accountant General's Department for the honor of chairing this important occasion and for the thoughtful manner in which this conference has been coordinated. The addresses delivered this morning have clearly set the tone for the days ahead. We have reinforced several messages that knowledge, transparency, and accountability are no longer optional ideas, but essential pillars for sustainable fiscal compliance and national development. The theme of this conference challenges all of us, policymakers, public finance professionals, and traditional leaders alike, to embrace innovation while upholding integrity. It is my hope that this discussion, technical session, and engagements that will follow this opening ceremony will translate into practical strategies that strengthen public financial management systems across our institutional communities. I am particularly encouraged by the diverse presentation gathered here today, which reflects the shared commitment to collaboration and collective responsibility. When institutions work together with clarity of purpose, the outcome are stronger, more credible, and more impactful. As participants proceed into the main conference session, I urge you to engage openly, share experiences candidly, and seek solutions that will endure beyond this gathering. Let this conference serve not only as a forum for dialogue, but as a catalyst for measurable reforms and improved service delivery to the Ghanaian people. As our elders say, you will need in some need dance. One who does not know the facts cannot bear witness. Let the CAGD be the department that always knows the facts, shares the facts, and acts on the facts. Once again, I thank the organizers, speakers, and distinguished guests for making this opening ceremony meaningful and inspiring. I wish you fruitful deliberation and a successful conference. Thank you and God bless our owner.
Privilege to be asked to offer thanks this momentous occasion. It is just occasion for the department in having the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana as the special guest of honor at this year's annual conference. Our theme for the year: leveraging technology, transparency, and accountability for sustainable fiscal governance is critical for the development of our country at this point in time. A fact highlighted by Her Excellency President. Please honored your presence and that of your entourage in gracing this occasion, and we take on board all the salient points made this morning. Thank you. The department appreciates the presence of Dasibre Kwekwa for chairing this function. Thank you, Nana. The dignity guests here in attendance, the Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance, the Commissioner General GRA, the Public Service Commission Chairman and the Head of Civil Service. And finally, but not the least, the staff of CAG. We want to say a very big thank you for being present this morning. We want to also say that upon your shoulders rests the movement and the controls of funds, the discipline in ensuring that funds from the operation bill is managed in line with government objectives and directives, and above all, making sure an effective public financial management system exists, maintained, and continually improved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry for inconveniencing you at the podium. Please, will we rise
Favor. Okay, so now it's an examination test. Favor will lead us, and we'll join him to say. So Nana will join our heads of institutions, Commissioner General, Chairman of Public Service Commission, Head of Civil Service, please join. Then the rest of top management, please join. Top management, identical controllers, please join. Madam. Thank you very much. Let's all be upstanding as we see of Her Excellency and entourage. Please let's be upstanding. very much for the indulgence and for a successful opening ceremony. We're going for a 30 minutes snack break. The invited guests and top management, at the poolside there's a lounge. When you get to the poolside, on your right side, just next to the canopy, you'll be going there. The assistants, controllers, regional directors would use the upper terrace near the poolside, and the rest of us will take a snack break at the poolside. We're doing all these things within 30 minutes. Thank you very much, and have what do you call it? Enjoy your snack. Thank you.
Hello, test the mic 1, 2. Hello. Test the mic 1, 2. 1, 2.
Wait a minute. Wait. Rana, which one? Give me this one. Wait a minute.
Hello, 1, 2.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, try. Try mic 1, 2.
Hello, 1, 2. Test the mic 1, 2.
Try. Try mic 1, 2. Try. Try.
1, 2.
Try. Try mic 1, 2. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
1, 2.
Try.
Hello. Test the mic 1, 2.
Hello.
1,
Try.
2.
Try. No, you go off again. Try mic 1, 2. Try.
1, 2.
Hello, try. Try mic 1, 2.
Hello. Team.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Hello. Hello.
Okay, so this one, where this one might be lying.
Hello, hello, hello.
Okay, so this one, then this one, which one?
Hello.
Oh, that one be okay.
Hello. Yeah, that one come out. But I know the.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Hey.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. 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 Hello.
2. 2. Hello. 2. Hello. Hello. 2. Hello. 2.
Hello.
T. So is this two line?
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
You think I see your line?
Hello. 2. Hello.
Hello.
So this
Hello.
two line is really.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello. 1, 2.
Hello. Try. Try mic 1, 2. Try.
Hello.
So if you carry come out, then we will
Ghana, Ghana. Applauded, begin. Those outside, if you can hear me, the second session is about to begin. Kindly come inside and take your seats. Can we have our tech team display the QR code for everyone to register? Technical team, kindly display the QR code for us to register. Thank you.
Okay, so please, if you have not registered for today, kindly scan the QR code and complete your registration. The presentations you'll be receiving for the 2 days will be shared via the email you provide in your registration. We are not sending hard copies, we are sending you soft copies. So kindly register so that we can the presentations with you. Again, at the end of the conference, conference certificate would also be issued, and that would also be based on the registration database that we are able to compile. So give us a working email and possibly your phone number, so that if we should have challenges transmitting the presentations to you and your certificates, we can possibly call so that you can effect the corrections. For those outside, please, we have maximum 3 minutes and this session will begin. And so please, let's call our colleagues. This is the most important aspect of why we are here. So please, let's be seated. The chairperson has taken her seat. We're waiting for you to settle so we can start. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I believe you've all had your snack and you are energized for this next section. So we are going to be taking our presentations. Our chairperson is already ready and energized for us as well. I'll just give you a brief about her. I know she wouldn't want me to say a lot about her, but I'll do just something brief and introduce her. So she's a finance professional with an illustrious career spanning over 26 years in the Controller and Accountant General's Department. Her extensive expertise and commitment have been instrumental in driving impactful financial management reforms within Ghana's public sector. She's a chartered global and fellow of the Chartered Institute of Management Accountants. She brings over 20 years of post-qualification experience, having earned her certification in 2001. She's also a proud member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants Ghana and served on their Public Accounts Supervisory Committee for 3 years. She holds an MBA with distinction from the University of Leicester, United Kingdom, cementing her academic and professional excellence. Her leadership journey has seen her serve as financial controller in several ministries where she oversaw critical financial operations and management processes. In 2021, she was appointed Deputy Controller and Accountant General in charge of finance and administration, a role in which she continues to provide strategic oversight and leadership, strengthening public financial accountability and efficiency. She loves the Lord, and she's an old girl of Wesley Girls High School, Cape Coast. With a round of applause, let's invite our chairperson for the day, Mrs. Emilia Osei-Dechi.
Thank you very much, Karen. I thought she said she was going to do it short, but so you are all very welcome back to the main conference. After we've had a very great opening ceremony, I believe you are all fired up, just as Karen said, for the next session, which I'll be chairing. So within this time, I'll be chairing 2 presentations during this session. So I'll start with introducing the first presentation and the presenter for the first presentation. And I'll be back again to do that for the second presentation. So currently, I'm your pilot, and I believe we'll have a very safe landing at the end of the sessions. Our first presentation is strengthening commitment control and cash management for fiscal stability. As we know, commitment control and cash management are essential components of fiscal responsibility, ensuring that public funds are used efficiently and transparently. Ghana has made commitment control and cash management a central pillar of fiscal consolidation, especially after our recent debt crisis and IMF-supported reforms. As far as I remember, commitment control was introduced during the early days of the PFM reforms almost about 20 years ago. So why are we still struggling with its enforcement? As finance professionals, I believe we have key roles to play to ensure fiscal consolidation is achieved. And I believe the Deputy Minister also of Finance mentioned the same. Every government wants to ensure that public funds are used efficiently and transparently, and also to prevent overspending by tracking budget obligations before disbursements. The success of this largely depends on us, the finance professionals. Governments also want to optimize liquidity to meet short-term obligations without unnecessary borrowings. Therefore, making cash management also crucial. Commitment control ensures that government entities do not enter into contracts or obligations unless they have budgets and cash to pay for them, to avoid the accumulation of arrears, which the Deputy Minister of Finance also mentioned. Historically, unapproved spending and accumulation of arrears have destabilized our country's finances, and these reforms aim to stop them. So I am not the presenter. We'll have the presenter come and delve more into this topic. We have a wonderful gentleman to do justice to the topic, and I'll be introducing him shortly. But before that, let me recommend that as the presentation goes on, if you have any questions, please write them down. The questions will be asked at the end of the presentation, not when the presentation is going on. And also, listen with rapt attention. I'll be looking around to see those whose eyes will be closing after having a very nice meal. So please listen with rapt attention. I may not come back to do a summary of the presentation. The presenter has been allotted 45 minutes, and we'll try and make sure that he is within the time. So our first speaker is the Director of Budget at the Ministry of Finance. Prior to assuming this role, he was a Director of Compliance Division at the Ministry, and have been privileged to have known him personally for a number of years. And one thing that amazes me is how his biological clock appears to be ticking backwards. It's like he's always getting younger and younger. He's a chartered accountant with over 20 years post-qualification work experience. He has skills in finance, accounting, auditing, risk management, and project management, including managing donor-funded projects. He has supported private and public sector organizations in designing new and improved financial management procedures, and facilitated the development of practice framework documents for use by public sector internal auditors. He was part of the team that developed Government of Ghana's 2022 to 2026 PFM strategy. He was an internal audit team lead in the design of the current PFM service delivery program and developed the technical notes. He is a fellow of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants, and so many other qualifications which you would find in the brochure. He holds a master's degree in accounting and finance from the London South Bank University, and a post-chartered diploma in forensic audits from ICA Ghana. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, shall we welcome our first speaker, Mr. Benjamin Soa Adjetey.
Thank you very much. My sister, I call her. Indeed, we've known each other for, I think, getting to 30 years, if not. We were in the
trenches together. Madam Chair, I have my bosses here as well. We have Chairman of the PSC, Deputy Director General of the Internal Audit Agency, Technical Advisor to the Minister of Internal Audit. The Controller himself is here, Commissioner General, and the deputies. Colleagues, good afternoon. I think it's a privilege to be given this honor to stand on this very important platform. Indeed, the topic is essential if you look at where we are as a nation. Strengthening commitment control and cash management for fiscal stability. I'll be looking at, give a brief introduction, well, to put things in context. Take a look at recent fiscal and arrear trends in our nation. And then we look at fiscal stability, which is the ultimate. And then the commitment control and cash management. And then we look at how we can strengthen commitment control and cash management. Key reform measures that we do. So in recent years, I would say that our fiscal management system, we've gone through a number of issues, challenges as a nation. Key among them, we have a lot of, we had expenditure arrears, we had budget overruns, and we have weak commitment controls. We'll come to see that this are the things that contributed to the issues that we had, especially the expenditure arrears. And these were caused by, number one, I would say inadequate revenue generation. Poor budget discipline is another issue. Delayed fund releases and other things, that practices that were involved in, despite the fact that we have the laws in the nation that grants demands that will do things differently. And the effect of all this is the fiscal pressures and reduced service delivery that we had. Commitment control strengthening is crucial if we are to grow as a nation. And that's cash management, effective cash management, as well as accountability and economic recovery as a nation. In fact, fiscal stability, I would say, is a very important cornerstone when it comes to management of any economy. If you look at the financial health of our nation, you can measure it by looking at how stable we are with our revenue generation and how we are managing our resources. We need to have a very strong commitment control if we are to achieve fiscal stability. And I will explain it as we go along, how they relate. If we don't do that, we'll continue to accumulate arrears, which has not helped us as a nation. In the past, we had a lot of arrears. And in the Ministry of Finance, one of the issues that we are fighting is how to meet the arrears from yesteryears, as well as the demands of today, the payments that need to be made this year, and then what we are carrying from years past. We need to work on it, and it's an area that we are working to achieve. Anytime I get opportunity to mount a platform, I like to show this picture, because they say a picture tells 1,000 stories. What we have here, though it is not to scale, it's an indication of where we are as a nation. If you look at the expenditure, it's so huge. and it swallows all the revenue that we are able to generate, as well as the financing. The small one we see here over there, we can call them the fees, the IGF, the donor, etc. that we get. The expenditure will swallow all. Our expenditure is so huge as a nation, our revenue cannot match it. And if nothing is done about it, then of course, liken it to a home, a family, where your income cannot match your expenditure. Very soon, you'll be in trouble. If you look at it from a business perspective, you'll be liquidated as a company. You'll go bankrupt. So there is a need as a nation to do something about this. I wish that the day will come where the black one, what we see on the screen, the black will be the revenue, and the others will be the expenditure. In other words, we'll have enough revenue to meet all our expenditures. And you and I, as accountants at our various institutions, we are in good position to help government to achieve that if we work hard at it. These are some data from our recent past. In 2024, well, in 2025, the Honorable Minister, of course, requested and collated all arrears, commitments, and claims that government has to pay. When it was all assembled together, we had a total of 68.8 billion. That's about 5.8% of our GDP. He caused these figures to be validated. And when the validation was done, a total so far, as we stand here, 51.2 billion has been validated. 14.6 billion was rejected, and currently we have 2.9 billion yet to be validated. I will say again that if you look at the data that was collected, most of these came from road sector and the energy sector. And these two sectors swallow a lot of our revenue. How did we reach here? It's because of weak commitment and cash controls. And that is why this topic is very relevant. At the ministry, we'll say we're looking at it at a high level. But the creation of these arrears comes from our institutional at the lower level where we are working. It is only when we are able to manage it at our level that at the national level we say that we are effectively managing our resources. Last year, like was said, I got a privilege of setting up the compliance division. And within a period of 8 months to the end of the year, we were able to save the nation over 18 billion. Within 8 months last year. And it all came from requests that come to the minister for commitment authorization that has not been budgeted, that exceeds the budgets that have been allotted to the institutions, and things that the institutions want to buy that they know they don't need. Once somebody came and said that, oh, it's a new year and we are starting the new round of purchase of vehicles. Meaning that every year we have to purchase vehicles, not because we need it, but every year we have to buy. That's why I'm saying that as accountants at your end, you have to keep an eye on what is happening, the procurements that are being made. And I'm sure there are some of us here who are also budget officers. Let's keep an eye on the proposed expenditures and the commitments that our institutions are trying to make, so we can advise to help us reduce the need for arrears. we were training budget committees, and I was telling them that if my minister happened to be there as I was standing there talking to them, one thing he would tell them that he doesn't want any more arrears. Arrears should be thing of the past as much as possible. I remember last year I was training one of the institutions, and I was telling them that as far as their projects are concerned, there will be no arrears, and that the moment they finish and they bring their IPCC to be paid, they almost swallowed me. They said, once somebody said, he got up angry. I've been working in this sector for over 30 years. We always have arrears to pay. And because I was telling them that we don't want any liabilities that will come from unpaid requests. Here we are, after they finished paying, they brought the IPCs. It's been paid. And when I met him, he told me, hey, so what you said was right. And I said, because we are working together, we are living within our means. Commitment control demands that we live within our means. Fiscal stability, what is it and what does it demand of us? It is government's ability to manage its finances in a sustainable means we are, as we spend today, will not deprive tomorrow's generation of what they can also rely on. In a sustainable way, in a predictable way, and responsible manner over time. Managing in a predictable way is very important, because it's only when you can plan forward, you can anticipate what is coming up, and you can plan to meet the obligations of tomorrow. Then we will say that we are stable. As we sit here, we know how much we earn at the end of the month. The moment we start spending more than that, we know we are in trouble. But if you can anticipate what is coming up, and you can plan your procurements or purchases to meet the expected revenue, I'm sure that you will not have much problem. Simply, fiscal stability means managing government finances sustainably without excessive borrowing. Excessive borrowing is where we are trying to come from, and we don't want to go back there. It's not, we are still not out, we are still in, but it's a lot of fight. That is why we are roping all of us here in. So at our institutional level, we also have this at the back of our minds, that we don't want to create any further arrears for the nation Ghana. Whatever you have, the duty core is that live within it and advise your CEOs as such. Fiscal stability ensures the following: sustainable economic growth, which is what we are looking at, wishing for macroeconomic stability, resilience in economic shocks, because you have enough, so you don't really care what is happening elsewhere. Recently, our big brother decided to attack another country. Oil prices went up, and then we are all seeing how we are going to manage it. You understand? It means that we have a problem. But just imagine that we have more than enough. We don't care what is happening on the other side. And that is the stability that we are all requesting that we work towards as a nation. And when we are stable, it means we have enough to meet all the needs that come up. As a father, when you have good money, you don't care when your children are asking for something. You don't even ask how much. You pay. And I'm sure that as a nation, one day we will get there. When we've generated enough revenue, I remember the picture, the black. I know that one day we will get there. But it calls for us to work towards it. When we are imbalanced, in other words, when we don't achieve fiscal stability, what will happen is that we will overborrow. Inflation will go up. Things, cost of price and goods will go beyond our reach. The little money you have to use it for the essentials. and it will not even reach the essentials. As a nation, we will all suffer. The thing called growth will be far away from us. That is why it's very important that we all work towards fiscal stability. Commitment control. Commitment control is one of the components that we're talking about to help us achieve fiscal stability. It's a mechanism in public financial management that ensures that the expenditures are planned. Yes. If you look at the public financial management simply is a systems that government put in place to generate money, to allot money to various institutions, to spend, to account for it. And that's a cycle in public financial management. So we need to plan our expenditures. And it calls that at the institutional level, you don't just wake up. I work in an organization some years ago, and then the head will come today and they say we are doing this, not plan. Meanwhile, we spend a whole week offsite planning for the year in January. And yet at this time, the plan has been thrown aside and we are only living on the wishes of the CEO. I think it is not a good practice. We need to plan our expenditures and we make sure that we adhere to the plan. So commitment control is in public financial management ensures expenditures are planned, and not just planned, they are authorized. Though it's planned, it has to be appropriately authorized and within approved budgetary limits. Don't spend beyond the budgetary limits. Don't spend beyond appropriation. It is against the law and it is against good practice. It's against good public financial management practices. Live within your means. And if you do that, you realize that the little money that is available to your institution, you'll be able to use it effectively to manage it at that level. If you don't have it, you don't have it. When you have it, you do it. So, as far as commitment control is concerned, it helps us to verify budget availability at the time of commitment decisions. So, last year in commitment, or well, let me say that at the Ministry of Finance, when you request for commitment authorization, what we check is to see whether you have planned for it and whether you have budget for it and whether the amount you are requesting is within your budget. Once all these are met and any other information that's based on your request, we need to request from you. Once we get that information, then we make a recommendation to the minister to approve it. Commitment control is very paramount as far as managing our resources is concerned. Commitment control means that before you commit government, before any obligation, make sure that the budget is there, the funds are available, and then you can spend within that amount of money. Commitment or control also help us to live within the amount that has been allotted to us. We should not exceed the allocations and appropriations, which is law, by the way. We should live within it and make sure that we don't spend beyond that. Commitment control, I say that, is the first line of defense. Whenever somebody wants to spend, there are a whole lot of processes and procedures that need to be you have to go through. And if you look at your memo, somebody initiates a memo, somebody needs to review it. It goes as far as the principal, the CEO, the chief director, or the head of the institution's approval before you can spend. All those processes are part of the controls that we are looking at. And without it, you get end up just spending. And some of us, we do that. It becomes more dangerous if the CEO or the head is the one who is making those decisions, where he just asks us, let's go, let's spend, let's buy, and then it is purchased. That is what we were doing over the years. We were not living in accordance with the budget that had been approved by Parliament, and that is what made us to overspend. That is what made us to spend and then when it comes to payment, there is no funds available to pay, and then we end up with the arrears. So we need to make sure that we spend in accordance with our budget. Commitment control help prevent expenditure arrears, as we are saying, because before you commit government, you have the money, you have the budget, you have the funds available before you commit. It enhances the budget credibility in a sense that you are able to look at what you have and you are spending within what you have. And somebody who takes your budget will place reliance on it, knowing very well that what you said you would do is, and as enshrined in the budget, is what you are going to do. It supports cash management. We'll explain cash management and its role in a moment. But it brings reliability to commitment, because you know that once you are able to complete your procurement, there's funds available to pay for it. And it also strengthens accountability. There are some few weaknesses that I want to talk about as far as commitment control is concerned. The first is poor budget realism. Sometimes we anticipate that we are going to generate a lot of money, and then based on that we start committing. I hope we are all aware that when government reads the budget, the minister reads the budget, or the minister reads on behalf of the president, it doesn't mean that the 3.57 billion is in the account at Bank of Ghana ready to be spent. No. It is an anticipation of how much revenue we are hoping to generate. And then the expenditure side is what we will use to that revenue to do. So if we are unable to raise the revenue as anticipated, then we cannot spend. But some of us, once Parliament passes the Appropriation Act, we look at it and we see the figures there. Oh, this is what has been allocated to us. Then quickly we start spending, we start signing contracts, we start engaging people to do things. I remember there was a year that, well, most of the time, sometimes we are unable to raise the revenue as anticipated. And when it happens like that, it means that the appropriation cannot be handled 100% by government. So it is expedient that you check the appropriation, you check what you're spending, plan it, and then scale it across the year as you have planned it. If we remember E-Levy as an example, E-Levy, we anticipated to raise a lot of money. Unfortunately, we were unable to meet those targets. We have to be realistic sometimes. So it's a weakness. If you overestimate your revenue generation, you are likely to overestimate your, you are likely to overexpend beyond your budget, because you do a budget that is far beyond what you can really receive in terms of revenue. The second point under common weaknesses is weak enforcement of controls. When we have a manual, we have a lot of systems that we are working with, but sometimes we prefer the manual. It challenges my mind to still know that civil service, let me use the civil service and then MMDAs, we still conduct transactions outside the governments. So at the end of the year, the team from controller will have to come and work with you. We have a system. We shouldn't be using the manual. We should allow the systems to work. And when they are fragmented, currently we have different IT systems that we are working. If they are not integrated, it will also not augur well for the commitment controls systems that we are discussing. There are a lot of legal laws that have been passed. As a matter of fact, if you look at the Financial Administration, from the Financial Administration Decree, Financial Administration Act, to the Public Financial Management Act,
we have all the laws and all of them are there, that if we are complying, only complying with the laws, our story will be different. But the laws are there and we decide to do what we like. One of the laws that we have in the Public Financial Management Act is the sections 96 and the section 29, section 98. We've not really implemented it. Those sections talks about the sanctions. And brethren, if you look at the trend of accountability these days, I would urge us to take a look at the Public Financial Management Act again, the section 96 to 98, and then see what we can do to avoid us being found in that particular situation, because those sanctions can be applied. And if it falls on you, unfortunately, it may not augur well for you. So I urge colleagues here to study those sections of the Public Financial Management Act and see how we can live by it. Another challenge that I want to talk about is capacity. We sometimes demand a lot from our staff, yet we don't provide them with the needed skills. Capacity building is key. I think that we should be able to build capacity for people who are working. Let them know what the law says. Let them understand the procedures. Let them understand the policies in place so they can abide by it. Limited skills and political pressure lead to exceptions and emergency spending becoming normal, where we say that emergency, every time we want to buy something is an emergency. Every time there is an emergency. When are you going to plan ahead and live within that plan? If you do that, you are weakening the the controls that have been put in place. Because emergency situation means that you have to bypass all the protocols that have been established. And if you continue to do that, a time will come that becomes the normal. For instance, I was talking to one of the principals in one of the universities. He said they are going to make procurement for exams, for the leaflets they use for the exams, and it's an emergency. And the simple question is that, you know, every term you write an exams, you know the number of staff you have. How come this is also an emergency situation? Let's learn to avoid emergency situations, because the laws are there. It can fall on us. So what are some of the measures to strengthen commitment control? The first is credible budget preparation. We need to prepare realistic budgets. And this is from your end and even at the national level. We look at our expense, our revenue handles, and see how much we can generate. And then be realistic about it. When we think we can generate more than we are able to, then we plan to spend more than we should be able to spend. And that creates problem for us. So credible budget preparation is very, very important. Realistic budgets. Commitment ceiling communication. And that falls on us at the ministry, that we should be able to let all the MDAs and MMDAs know the various ceilings that have been given to you. And if for one reason or the other it changes, we should also communicate that to your end. But at your end as well, you know, we prepared a budget. It goes through a lot of processes. And sometimes at each level of the process, it may be scaled down. It may be reduced. Once you prepare the first one, maybe a lot of people were there and they realized that, in my division, in my department, the budget says that they are going to give me this amount of money. They have finished at your institutional level. When you go to the ministry, they may not be there. When you come to Ministry of Finance, they may not be there. When you get to Parliament, to them, the first figure is what they have in mind. And they will start preparing to spend that amount of money. Meanwhile, it has reduced drastically along the chain. It is important that we also communicate to them so that they know not to heighten their expectations, that they should manage their expectations, that the figures are not as they seem when we came together in the first instance to put it together. The GIFMIS integration. I know we are doing a lot as far as GIFMIS integration is concerned with the other systems. And I want to urge all of us here, especially controller where the GIFMIS is situated, and all the other institutions that are involved, that we should continue the work on the integration. The good thing about integration, I know recently what is on the table is in GIFMIS and the GANEPS. Once that happens, you cannot go and procure when you don't have the money, because when you have not planned for it, your plan, procurement plan, will be on the GANEPS, and it is linked to the GIFMIS. And without that, you cannot go and procure something which is not on the GIFMIS. Such integration will help reduce unnecessary spending. And I know that as a nation, we should continue in that tangent by integrating all these systems that we are working with. Monitoring and enforcement. Again, we are not really monitoring and they're doing the enforcement very well. And I think we should be able to do a lot more of that. And those who fall foul of it, the laws are there. They should be punished and published for others to see that the laws are there. I remember some years, somewhere last year, I was taking the chief directors through the sanctions regime in the various laws. And the room was extremely quiet because they are not really aware that these things are in the law. And once it's in the law, if you fall foul to it, it can be invoked and the sanction will be applied. So please, let us be worried. Cash management, which is the other component in our discussion this morning on fiscal stability. Cash management is the process of monitoring and collecting and optimizing our cash flows to ensure liquidity, meet obligation, and maximum financial efficiency. So, though you have the budget, you don't have the means. You can be the richest man. Let me put it this way. I was talking to a friend who is a medical doctor, and he was talking of an incident that happened to him. He traveled to some faraway village. He wasn't having anything. And then there was somebody who is very sick that he can help. But he doesn't have any tool. He knows what the problem is. He knows the type of medicine he can get. He knows the type of operation that needs to be done. But he's so far away from civilization. Painfully, he watched and he lost the person. We can liken that to cash management. You can have the budgets. People can be owing, but if they say cash is king, if you don't have the fiscal cash, you can't pay. Cash management will help us to be able to meet obligation, to be able to pay when we make procurement. That is why we need to manage our various resources. We should not just say that, oh, we have the budget. Like people say, it's in the law, it's in appropriation, we have the budget. But we have to, that is why we are using the allotment. The allotment simply is because we're looking at the inflows when it's coming, and so that we manage it. Once we are able to mobilize it, then we can share to the various institutions at that level. Cash management is very important. We need to manage it at our institutional level. Don't say that because we have it, we can just go ahead and do anything that we like. Cash management is important because it involves planning, monitoring, and controlling our inflows. Look at when we are going to receive our funds and then how we are going to spend it. As at now, you don't have money to buy certain things. You are waiting for salaries to be paid. The moment salary drops, you can take certain decisions because you have the cash. In the same way, you know that your first and second quarter's allotment is finished. There are certain things that you cannot do now. Manage it. Wait for the inflow, timing of the inflow. Then you can make decisions concerning how you are going to spend it. The goal of cash management is to maintain adequate liquidity at minimal cost. At minimal cost in the sense that sometimes you have to borrow. But borrowing comes at a cost. So you shouldn't say that because we have that option available, anytime we need money, let's go to the bank, overdraft. It comes at a cost. If you can delay it, delay it. So you don't have to. And accountants, I know from where you sit, you know what is in the kitty. And you take decisions based on what is in the kitty. Please manage your cash well. When things are coming and you realize that it should be delayed, be bold enough to advise management that let's delay this until we receive appropriate funding, allotment, or when Ministry of Finance tells you that yes, your funds are available, then you can do the spending. Cash management reduces short-term borrowing needs and enhances coordination with monetary policy. So once you are managing your cash, you don't have to borrow as much as possible, because you have planned when you are going to spend, and you know how much. So you know I'm going to spend at this time when I get these funds, and you don't want to go ahead and spend when you know you cannot pay. Currently, what we are all trying to do is to make sure we have adequate resources before we go ahead, and that is why we say there should be no more arrears as much as possible. Let's put the issue of accumulation of arrears behind us at the institutional level. So on for fiscal stability, cash management helps us to make timely payments. The moment you make transactions, you have enough resources, enough cash to pay. In other words, you have the funds to be able to pay. You don't say that, okay, we have to wait and we have to, because assuming that your plan for the year is to do certain procurement activities in the third quarter, and you are doing it in the first quarter, and you bring it to the Ministry of Finance for payment, because it's in your budget, all right, but that particular activity is not due. So we can't pay at the instant. We have to wait till we reach a stage where we have enough to pay for it. So, but then if you have the money, you have all the resources available to you, and you make a particular expenditure, you are able to pay straight away. And I will urge all of us to think along that line. Spend within your means. Don't go beyond what you have. It helps us to make sure we pay all our expenses on time. Salaries, contracted suppliers. Once cash is there, timely payment. It helps to improve the predictability of our activities. Good cash management enhances predictability for spending entities. Because we know we have it, we can predict when we'll pay. We are going to pay in the second quarter. We are going to pay this in the third quarter. This one, we can't pay this week. We'll pay it next week. It helps in predictability because you know when you are coming. Right. So, cash management also help to guarantee that funds are available to meet obligation on time. It helps us to align spending with available cash resources, avoid delays in paying suppliers and employees, as well as reduce interest costs from excessive borrowing and losses from idle balances. It helps us to reduce interest costs because once we are not spending beyond our means, there's no need to go and borrow, which will come at a cost. The common cash management challenges that we have includes weak cash forecasting. Ability to forecast how much cash we need is a skill, and it calls for a lot of data. Availability of data is one of the big challenges that we need to work on at our institutional level. So we know what money is coming, how much is coming, and how much we are going to pay. Fragmented bank accounts. Years ago, controller was tasked to close some accounts. After we realized that we have too many bank accounts. Remember that every bank account, you should leave some balance in that account. If you mobilize all these accounts from these various idle accounts, it's a lot of money. Meanwhile, you go and borrow some money. And at the national level or at the global level, that is what we are doing. And that is why we had a treasury single account. I think that the treasury single account is one area that once we are able to perfect it, it will really help us. Poor coordination among budget departments. There's a need for us, for instance, at the global level, at the national level, a good coordination between the Ministry of Finance, Controller and Accountant General, GRA, and the Debt Division. There's a need for us to coordinate our activities effectively so we know when money is coming in and when it's not coming, when we need to go and borrow. So these are some of the strategies that we can use to strengthen cash management. One is develop rolling forecasts, where we are updating our data of inflows and outflows frequently. So at any point in time, we know how much money we have or we are going to get and how we are going to spend it. It helps us to know exactly how much money we need and where there's a need for a decision, it can be taken quickly. The Treasury Single Account, I spoke about it. There's a need for enhanced coordination between the key stakeholders in revenue collection, and then budget execution, treasury, debt management, and then capacity of the staff as well. Objectives of strengthening commitment control include fiscal discipline. It helps us to be disciplined in our revenue and expenditure. It helps us to prevent the accumulation of arrears again, and it helps us to align spending decisions with realistic cash forecasts. It also helps us to improve budget credibility, where by ensuring that our expenditures are planned and are executed as planned. It also helps us to strengthen accountability and transparency in public expenditures, as well as support effective service delivery. It helps us to reduce borrowing costs and liquidity, because we will not borrow. We are living within our means, and we only borrow when it is very, very, very important. So we reduce the need to borrow excessively. These are some of the strategies I would like to bring to your attention for strengthening commitment control and cash management. First is to align commitment with approved budgets. Once the budget is approved, make sure you align it with your commitments at your institutional level. Live within your means, please. Number two is to enforce compliance. Again, our enforcement is a problem. It's not the lack of laws, but the ability to enforce the various laws that we have. The third point is to integrate commitment controls into financial management systems. We have the gift means, like I said, we need to integrate it with all the other systems that are relevant to financial management, as well as enhancing financial planning for decision making. As a nation, these are some of the things that we want expected to happen to us once we are able to strengthen commitment control and cash management. We'll have an improved fiscal stability and credibility, timely payments and reduced arrears, better alignment of policies, budgets, and cash. We also have an enhanced confidence of suppliers in dealing with covered entities. I know that if you are somebody who is in procurement, let me use this story I know. Years ago, we had to go and buy some IT equipment. I went to Osu to buy ask of the prices. I was given certain price. So later on, I asked us officers to go and bring an invoice. When it came, the price tag is different. It's far cheaper when I asked them the invoice they brought. So when I inquired into it, they said, oh, public institutions, we factored the delayed payment. We're not going to pay now, so it's gone up. And it's a reality. Once we do a lot of cash management, we'll be able to beat some of these things because we'll pay it on time and we'll buy things in their right prices. It will also help with better service delivery and stronger public confidence in government financials. These are some of the common challenges I want to speak about. The common challenges is weak financial management systems. We do have the laws, but application is our big challenge. And as accountants, we are well positioned to identify some of these challenges, institute appropriate controls so that we can strengthen the systems that we are working with. Number 2 is poor cash flow forecasting. And it's basically because of availability of data, and not only at the national level, but even at the institutional level, and lack of real-time data. Some of the data, we don't get it on time. These are some of the key reform measures I want to propose. Regularly update and continue to integrate the financial management information systems, the GIFMIS, the GANEPS, the HRMIMS, and all the other systems we have. The commitment control procedures, strengthen them. The commitment authorization, for instance, came in and make a big change to the way we make procurement, and it's a good system that we need to enhance. Improve coordination between Treasury, Controller, Budget, Ministry of Finance, and then the spending units, that is the various covered entities. We also want to also suggest that we build capacity in cash forecasting even at your institutional level. So in conclusion, I want to say that strong commitment control and effective cash management are critical for fiscal stability. It's a fact, and it comes from the fact that commitment control ensures that our spending is aligned with our budgets. Our spending is aligned with our budgets. If you don't have it, don't spend it. Cash management, say, will guarantee timely payments to honor budgetary commitments and maintain liquidity. Strong institutions, credible budgeting, and rule enforcement are critical to effective fiscal control. The need to integrate, the need for real-time data and accurate forecastings are very, very important. They are key enablers. Integrating the control and cash management reduces fiscal risk and builds public confidence. Finally, sustained reforms and institutional discipline are essential for long-term impact. Sustainability is key. And with that, I want to say a very big thank you to all of you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With your permission, and open the floor for some questions.
Okay, so I think at this point we can take a couple of questions. Let's do like 4 questions, Controller, with your permission, maybe like 4 questions, and we can have about 2 people also to let us know what their takeout is.
Please raise your hand so that we can bring the microphone to you.
There's a hand at the back.
Okay, there's a hand at the back. Ali.
Thank you very much, Director. You've given a nice presentation concerning going to GIFMIS 100% fully. We are respectfully pleading to our superiors. We are keeping on delaying about withdrawing the manual checks. The manual checks is creating problems for most of us. And some of us, our institutions that we are in, we've been tagged as difficult persons. If you try to enforce that we should go fully on the GIFMIS for all payments, they tag you as a difficult person. So I'm pleading that the manual check should be withdrawn immediately. And I have a question. The question is, now our budget, there is no contingency. But most of the times, emergencies comes, especially those of us, we are in district, rural district, where our vehicles keep on developing fault. You will be there that within short possible time, 2-3 cars all of them are grounded. The budget that we've made, the provision we made in our budget, cannot even repair one. If you go to the system that you are going to do payment, the system will not allow you. So in this case, what do we do? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question?
Okay. Thank you very much. Director of Budget, Minister of Finance. Please, my concern is on the commitment control.
Yes.
Commitment control. We should live within the little resources that we have. But sometimes we submit our budget October. And this year, 2026, we'll finish first quarter. We've entered the second quarter. We keep on piling arrears. So this year, releases have not been given to the MMDAs for 2026. And we have to keep departments going. We have to keep department going forward, and all activities must be done in order to have a very good establishment. So if Minister of Finance can release funds early in order to prevent accumulation of arrears, so that commitment control can be achieved successfully. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have to respond to the first two. Our brother talked about the manual check, and I want to assure you that my big brother controller is spearheading that particular agenda, and very soon he will give you an announcement with that respect. It's an issue I know is dear to his heart, so rest assured it will be handled. The contingencies in the budget. My brother, what I would suggest is that you know you have aging vehicles that needs repairs, maybe because of frequent breakdowns. Anticipate that in the preparation of your budget. In other words, plan for it and make funds available for that. So once and when there is a breakdown, you have some funds you can fall on to repair it. It's all part of the planning. I want to bring to your attention. And on the issue of allotments, we issue allotment for first and second quarter this year. So I will have to look into why you don't have an allotment. If your case is unique, then we can deal with it. But I know that we have issued the first and second quarter allotment a long time ago. I think in February or so, we issued it. So we can have a discussion to see if your institution is unique. We can address that. Thank you.
Okay, there's a hand at the back.
Hello, thank you very much. Mine is a question and then a contribution as well.
Okay.
Talking about commitment control. Is commitment control now equals to commencement certificate? That is the question number one.
Commitment control.
Commitment control, is it equal to commencement certificate? Because I believe is once we bring for approval commitment control and you approve it, there is that perception that you can go ahead and then begin to commit government. I have a contrary view to that, but it's to you. Then with all this nice presentation that you've put before us this morning, I have a peculiar problem. Because I know there exist structures that could manage all the things in terms of arrears that you have enumerated. My question is, if Ministry of Finance is using the giftment system for its budget preparation and execution, I don't think we'll have accumulation of arrears. Ministry of Finance must allow the MDAs to actually manage their budget, and they should not micromanage it. I say this on the background that I have worked in a very strict environment. I'm talking about Controller and Accountant General Head Office. And I was transferred to an agency. We tried to enforce this. They were writing for a release from Ministry of Finance. You go through the budget lines, and there is no budget. And you tell them, no, you don't have the budget. You can't apply for Ministry of Finance to not release it. They say, no, let's send a letter. And I say, no, you can't do it. But guess what happened? You know, when push comes to shove, and then the letter was forwarded to Ministry of Finance, you did a release. When I know very well that the budget lines there are not sufficient to accommodate that release. Now, what it means is previously you used to have the below the line budget, but for now, I know all has been scrapped. So if you allow the MDAs to manage their budget, and you absorb the pressure, but not try to transfer the pressure to the MDAs, I think most of these problems, this arrears problem, will be solved. Thank you very much.
Thank you too. Thank you very much. You mentioned commencement certificate. I don't know whether you are referring to commitment authorization. Okay. So once you have the commitment authorization, you can go ahead and start your procurement. Before the commitment authorization is given, we ensure that you have budgets, you have planned for it, and you have the budget available for it, and the amounts that you have. So once you get a commitment authorization, you can go ahead and then initiate your procurement activity. So that's what I will say to that. And the gift miss to manage budget. I think that you are managing at your institutional level, because you are the one who will have to enter the data, make any request. Now you are, for instance, you are the one who apply for the commitment, and then you are the one who initiate your procurement, go through your procurement. At the payment level, you enter, you use the gift means to fetch the payment. We approve, review and approve. So I do not get you when you said that we are micromanaging at the Ministry of Finance level. I think that you still have the power as far as the management is concerned. So maybe I may have to understand where you are coming from again. All right. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mine is to speak to the commitments at the assembly level.
Okay.
You know, before a contract can be awarded, after going through all the procurement processes, they need to issue a warrant. Then when the contract is awarded, a PO is prepared. We are speaking to this severally at various fora, and per the budget analyst at the assembly level, the fiscal decentralization says no per what they told us. Because of that, they continue to issue several POs on one contract awarded, which legally is wrong. So we want you to take it up with the fiscal decentralization unit at the Ministry of Finance to educate the finance officers, because you tell them, they tell you no. That is the instruction they had from the fiscal decentralization unit, which we know it is never true. But because we are not there, that is all they can say to defend themselves. What we've seen is that they know the moment they issue a bulk warrant on the project, they don't have any other role to play. Meanwhile, you are part of the Assembly's monitoring team before any IPC can be paid. So we plead with you to pick that up with the fiscal decentralization unit and get this issue resolved for the MMDs.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll do that. And I know they are planning for some engagements with the MMDs. So I informed them to add it to you. Thank you for that information. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for the opportunity. God richly bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Soa Ajeti. We've all heard what has been presented and the importance of commitment controls. This begs a lot of questions. Are accountants also part of the arrears accumulation that we have? But I know there are real issues on the ground, and so I wouldn't say that. And Mr. Jesse has been saying we should live within our means. I know so many things come to play, but we have to be cautious. We know there is now a court for financial indiscipline. And so when we don't follow the rules, we have robust legal frameworks. These haven't been enforced much. But if these are enforced, then we'll find ourselves wanting. We've been told that commitment control ensures fiscal stability, and fiscal stability ensures sustainable economic growth, macroeconomic stability, resilience to economic shocks, ability to deliver public services, investor and development confidence is also enhanced. And the reverse is that without the fiscal stability, there's inflation, reduced private investment, which hinder economic growth. I don't think as accountants we want to contribute to these things. Once again, thank you very much. And I think we can move on to the next, our second speaker, if it's allowed, controller. Okay. So we have been sitting for about almost an hour. I recommend that if we can just have a little 1-minute health break, just stand up a little, stretch out your legs, because it's not good for your health to be sitting down for too long. Sorry. You are not going out, just 1 minute standing. The doctors advise that our calves is like our second heart, and that pumps blood back to your heart. As you sit down, you need to be moving your legs. We are not created to sit down for long. So thank you very much. I think 1 minute is up, and I think we've gained some energy to listen to the second presentation. Our second presentation is ensuring accuracy and reliability in public financial reporting. We are all familiar with this statement. We know what financial reports are, but how do we ensure they are accurate and reliable? Ghana has come a long way in respect of PFM reform. Governments have introduced various software in order to achieve accurate and reliable financial reports. We started with the BPEMS, and now we have GIFMIS, which we started implementing since 2012. We have come a long way. Financial reports are prepared mainly on the consolidated fund, but now we have the whole of government accounts. Reliability of financial reporting fosters trust among stakeholders. Now, we can boldly say that stakeholders such as the IMF and the World Bank have confidence in our financial reports. The public and international investors can also trust the national accounts. but there's still more to be done. We need to strengthen internal controls, build capacity of our personnel, and leverage on technology to further improve consistency and reduce errors. Rigorous independent audits validate the integrity of our financial statements. IPSAS accrual accounting has come to stay, thereby moving reporting away from simple cash in, cash out to a more accurate picture of assets and liabilities. Issues such as data silos pose a challenge in our reporting. While GIFMIS is the core, some funds are still not on the GIFMIS, making a consolidated national balance sheet difficult to produce. Also, structural gaps, such as not having GIFMIS fully integrated with payroll, procurement, and revenue system, is still a challenge. Ghana has relatively a very strong legal framework, as I mentioned earlier. We must ensure enforcement if we want to ensure accuracy and reliability in our financial reporting. As such, Controller and Accountants General's Department must continue to strengthen its oversight so that every cedi spent can be accounted for. With this brief introduction on the topic, I'll go ahead to introduce our speaker. Dr. Mark Effort Koku, I don't know whether I got it right, Adade, is our second speaker. He's a chartered accountant and a financial management specialist with over 29 years public and private sector experience, business experience. Dr. Adade is currently the Assistant Controller and Accountant General and Director in charge of the National Accounts of the Republic of Ghana. In this role, he led the production of the first ever whole of government national accounts of Ghana for 6 consecutive years, and full compliance with IPSAS. Dr. Adade provided technical assistance and consultancy services for PFM systems development in various countries, including Ghana, Liberia, Gambia, Rwanda, Nigeria, and Kenya. Dr. Adade holds a PhD in ICT management and MBA in general management. He is a certified Oracle implementation specialist and holds several professional degrees and certificates, details of which are all in the brochure. Dr. Adade is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants, a fellow of ACCA, a fellow of Institute of Directors Ghana, a member of Institute of Internal Auditors Ghana and Global, member of Project Management Institute USA, and a member of Internal Control Institute USA. Dr. Adade is a farmer, I'm sure most of you didn't know that, and a business owner. He is the current Vice Dean of PFM faculty for the Institute of Chartered Accountants Ghana. He is a member of the Audit Committee, or he was a member of the Audit Committee of the Ministry of Finance Ghana. His interests are presentation, negotiation, brainstorming, conflict resolution, career coaching, and keeping fit. In his quiet moments, he likes listening to soft music and watch wildlife documentaries. With a resounding welcome, let us welcome Dr. Mark Effort Adade. And knowing him, I think we'll be monitoring the time closely for him. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Because of time, now I'm standing between you and lunch. So, Madam Chair, I want to write on the existing protocols. It's 2:18 by my watch, and I believe we are running this to 3 p.m. And controller, deputy controllers, and all other dignitaries who have been with us earlier in the day, but are not right here with us. I thank you for the opportunity to present on this very important topic dear to our hearts as a department. The topic, ensuring accuracy and reliability in public financial reporting. This topic is at the heart of what we do at National Account Directorate. So, Madam Chair, I would like to use this opportunity and invite you to all help me acknowledge the great team of National Account Directorates. Can you give them a hand for their level of commitment? The work this team is doing in terms of financial reporting, you get to see right away. That is not something anybody wants to subject him or himself with, herself with. But it's been a great team and a great resource for the department. Madam Chair, I'm not in the best of health today, but I will try as much as possible to work within the time. When it's time, Madam Chair, you have the right to stop me wherever I get to. There can always be opportunity to interact. Unfortunately, the setup wouldn't allow me to point you to the specific areas of interest. So I will plead with you to follow the slides whilst you hear you listen to the voices. Well, there are a lot of topical issues of interest as a family we have to pay attention to. Madam Chair, we are looking at 8 quick turns within the time. I will give a short introduction and also put the topic in context. We'll look at regulatory and legal framework, that are the laws and the standards that govern financial reporting, and some common reporting challenges we have to contend with, and how we can ensure accurate reporting by looking at the needed blueprints, processing system, and the people we are using to produce a financial statement for the country. I will also look at some fallouts, some Ghanaian insights. Now we'll look at Ghana under number 5. And specifically, we look at the fallout from the 2025 annual national accounts. I will invite everybody to pay attention to the specific issues. Some figures will also come out, and you see how we are faring together as a family. And some lessons from our international peers, what they are also trying to do, similar or better than us, where we are better than them. Some recommendations to tell us the way forward as a country, and the call to action in the conclusion. Madam Chair, by way of introduction and contextualizing the topic, we should all appreciate the fact that financial reporting, as we see, is also often reduced to this compliance obligation. A set of deadlines and templates we need to fill as accounts officers and meet these deadlines. That is all we've been thinking I need to produce financial report because I'm required to do it. So as for the quality, the accuracy can be another, it can be there for, it can be for another day. This compliance mentality is woefully insufficient regarding the topic we are to look at today. Because accurate financial reporting, Madam Chair, is a language through which a government speaks to its citizens. It's a language the government uses to speak to creditors, development partners, and even the future generation. Accurate reporting is what government uses to communicate to this group of people. So when that language is distorted by errors, whether intentional or otherwise, the consequences are profound. Clear example is the trending issue where in auditor's report, 427 million was attributed to one employee. And to take Auditor General to come and apologize. Question I ask, how comfortable would the Auditor General be right now, knowing that Auditor General is the source of trust for many? Sending your team to the ground to go and work, to commit this level of error, causing the Auditor General to come and apologize. What are we doing to the institution, Ghana Audit Service? By reporting inappropriately, it looks like not our team, but it's we are committing the worst form of this. We'll soon see as a department. The reason why Ghana, we should appreciate the fact that we are managing huge annual budgetary resources. For 2025, 634 billion plus was the budget we managed, representing the revenue expenditure and financing that's over 1,400 entities that we are consolidating, utilized across the three levels of government. I'm talking about the central government where we have the MDAs, local government where we have the MMDAs, and the state-owned enterprises in the government business sector. Now, you can imagine, we not reporting accurately. Something is happening. Okay. So CAGD, as we all know, constitutionally, we are mandated to produce these consolidated accounts that faithfully represent how these resources across government were used. So every CD of revenue we collected, every payment we made, and even the asset we acquire must be traceable in our records. We are accountants. Can we say yes to this? That every revenue we collect, every money we pay, every asset we acquire, we can trace it to your records. Watch out, Auditor General has started audit of the whole of government account, and they've given indication of asset verification as we are reporting the national account. So watch out. Very soon they'll pick a figure from the national accounts and trace it to the entity and confirm whether that assets that we are accounting for exist at the entity level. Madam Chair, the consequences of inaccuracy are not abstract. Misreported data will lead to misguided policy decision. Overcounting your revenue will definitely give you the false hope of spending more. And when you undercount your liability, you also conceal your fiscal stress. As a country, we experience this. Let me give one example that our Director of Budget mentioned. As of December 2024, the total payable reported in the national account was 29 billion. When the new government came in, the minister directed that all entities should bring up whatever they owe. The figure went to 68.8 billion. You heard it. Now the figure was given to the Auditor General. Okay, the first question I asked was the difference between the 29 billion we reported in the national account and the 68.8 billion that were submitted when the minister called. Where were those figures hiding that we couldn't give it to accounting in the national account? Number two, these figures were given to the Auditor General after auditing 14 billion were rejected. Is it not a misreporting? These are the inaccuracies we are talking about. Now, when the minister discovered that we had 68 billion, we were made to adjust the national account from 29 billion to 68 billion. Now that 14 billion has been rejected, what are we supposed to do again to the national account? Are we getting it? You see the reality now. So misreporting that we are talking about is not it's not a joke. So choosing this topic for this conference cannot be more appropriate than now. You see the figures as I speak. Where were those figures hiding? So, inaccurate reporting can damage our credibility with our development partners. Madam Chair mentioned that. We depend on the IMF, the World Bank, and all other bilateral donors whose support we depend on for critical development programs. Question is, if they can't trust in the figures we report, what becomes of us? So the issue therefore is not just for filing or form filling, sorry. It is about the integrity of governance and our duty to every Ghanaian who pay their taxes, and we have a responsibility to ensure that they know that their monies are being properly accounted for. So in this presentation, Madam Chair, we explore the practices, frameworks, and factors that determine quality of public financial reporting. Controller? Yes, sir. Controller said I should box some. What is accuracy? What is reliability? And what is timeliness? When we say we are talking about when we talk about accurate reporting, what we want to see is correctness and completeness. And if we say reliability, we are referring to consistency and verifiability. The way you report last year should be the same as the way you report this year and across entities. And whatever you are reporting should be verifiable. That's reliability. Then I've added a timeliness. Information should be available when needed, and submit your financial statement on time. And why are these very important? Why is accuracy and why is reliability a matter or a case? They form the foundation of accountability, they support fiscal discipline, they build public trust, and they enable evidence-based policy. These have been touched on already. Now we come to data integrity. All what we are talking about is data integrity to ensure accuracy, completeness, timeliness, and consistency, and secure data. And the risk we face as a department, as a country, can be traced to the manual data entry without validation. The GIFMIS is a one-stop shop. We should all do this, but I still have reasons to manually generalize transactions because they've been processed outside the GIFMIS. It's exposing us to data entry error, and it's a reality with us today. Inadequate user access management. We have people who have given their password to others. They get to the GIFMIS, they do anything they want. Heads of institutions, they don't even know their password. Their secretaries, national service people have access. They go into the system, they do anything. One profound thing is they start processing transaction. Something happened, they leave, they come, they can't even record the transaction from the GIFMIS. All they do is to start again. And this transaction will be hanging. You want to produce national accounts, you run exception reports, what you are seeing is unimaginable. What is happening to us? Data integrity. Lack of audit trails in this legal-based control between systems, overriding system-generated transactions, and no data backup for disaster. All these things are data integrity issues. Madam Chair, the stakes, as we are talking about, we manage over 634 billion budget for last year. Central government account for 330 billion. Local government 15 billion, SOE is 249 billion. So this is the budget we are managing, so we cannot afford to misreport. And we're looking at over 1,400 reporting entities. So each of these entities, the error you commit at the entity level is feeding into the national account. This is the work we are doing. And the issue up now, we are targeting 100% full compliance across government. These are the stakes. The reason why ensuring accuracy and reliability in reporting cannot be taken for granted anymore. When it comes to regulatory or legal form framework, 4 things should be clear in our minds when it comes to financial reporting, Madam Chair. The Constitution of Ghana mandates Auditor General to audit public accounts. And Auditor General will not produce the account. It's the Controller and Accountant General who will produce accurate account for audit. So that's where you and I, that's where we fit. Even though the Constitution says Auditor General audit, somebody must produce the account for him to be audited, and that's where we are. And accuracy is a key. PFM prescribed the requirement for consolidation, timelines, and how we should account for public money. And the IFSA set the tone. Where Ghana we are transitioning, effective 2023, we are IFSA's compliant, ACRA's compliant. Now it's a deepening process. By this, we are setting ourselves to plug into the global benchmark for public sector financial statement production. And the GIFMIS we all been hearing about. It's a legally mandated technological backbone that underpins the data we capture, process, and reports in the accounts at the entity and entity level, MDAs, MMDAs. Madam Chair, the common challenges. Sorry. Oh, what happened? Okay. Some common challenges. Incomplete submission, poor chart of account usage. Some of us still cannot use the chart of account we have properly. Misclassification of transactions here and there. Classifying capital expenditure as recurrent as vice versa. We saw a situation where stationaries were capitalized because somebody saw money under capital vote. He went and used capital expenditure for capital expenditure assets to go and buy stationery. And we saw stationery in our fixed asset register. What is this? Madam Chair. What is this? Colleagues. Bank reconciliation. This is now the major problem. It has come up that simple bank reconciliation, we are not able to do it effectively. And if you don't reconcile your bank accounts with your cash book, then that's the fundamental requirement for accuracy. So we cannot reflect the true economic reality of government cash position. And I'll show you some analysis we did about the submission of bank statements for December to February. You see it shortly. Controller, these are some of the things that if you don't live up to these expectations, our relevance as accountants, I don't know how we can exact it. Inadequate fixed asset records. When it comes to fixed asset management, it's a problem. The fixed assets values we have in our government balance sheets way below expectation. IMF team came just last month, or even this month, a transparency evaluation. They said we have underreported our fixed assets so much. They wanted to know the value of the lands of Ghana, so they can give us a good report. They came to the national account. The value we have on land in the balance sheet, they say it's just 3% of our GDP. So they were compelled to give us an idea where the lands are, so they can give us a proxy. And as we speak, the total asset of government on government balance sheets is 950 billion. The whole Ghana, covering MDAs, MMDAs, and SOE. 2025 annual account, 950 billion. That's why we own as assets. Is that a reality? I'm sure one oil rig alone can cover this. So now we have to pay attention to the fixed assets register and implementation. Staff capacity building. We have huge gaps in capacity, and it's been established that accountants who lack the knowledge of our Public Financial Management Act and who also lack the knowledge of IFSA's reporting, you are bound to produce inaccurate report, full stop. So capacity building is a thing. And technological systems, yes, the GIFMIS usage, we are not using GIFMIS effectively, and some system glitches are also not helping the case. So these common reporting challenges are there for us to contend with. To ensure we report accurately, Madam Chair, the laws are there, blueprints. We have the laws and regulations guiding us. We have the accounting standards. We have the accounting manual, CAGD. We are looking at reporting processes. We should now appreciate our planning and budgeting regime. The planning, budgeting, and accounting should align. So we are in a country where planning officers are doing their own thing, budget officers are doing their own thing, accountants are also doing their own thing. We are not aligned. It's not the best way. So we should see the budget speaking to the plan speaking to the budget, because you budget for what you plan to do. And once you have budgeted, you execute the budget. That's expenditure. Expenditure should speak to the budget, and the budget speaks to plan. These three go congruence. We are not achieving it as a country. So if you want to take national accounts and even interpret the developmental progress we are making as a country, these linkages are not there. Systems and relevant tools are needed to ensure accurate reporting. The IFMIS, our GIFMIS is there. We are praying the system will be refitted to match up with the current expectation. CADD has developed some IFSAS reporting tools, 6 of them. The chart of account, the reporting template, accounting policy, fixed asset register, compliance checklist, and the training manual to help us improve the quality of reporting. Let's apply ourselves to the knowledge of their usage. Now, people, you and I, to be able to report accurately, Madam Chair, we need good number of professional accountants. IFSAS, for example, is a professional business. You need some level of technical knowledge to be able to respond properly to the requirement of IFSAS. And we need competent accountants. Competency, we measure it looking at 3 things. You should be knowledgeable about all the reporting framework. So as an accounting department, the benchmark knowledge is understanding all the reporting requirements, the reporting framework. We should appreciate them through and through. You should be skillful in reporting to avoid misreporting and inaccuracy. Ethical reporting. Ethical reporting entity is when you are submitting financial statement. You don't just throw anything. Oh, they say you should bring it. Just put some figures together and go. People submit their financial statement. You probe. They themselves can't speak to the statement they have submitted. When you go to verify, it's a different story. And I'm sharing with you shortly what we saw for the 2025 annual, where financial statements submitted are different from what is validated, are different from what is on the GIFMIS. So we are asking, where did they get the figures to produce this financial statement they've submitted? Ethical reporting. Ethics is where you get it right. All right. We don't have time, so let me just random. Now, there are emerging digital tools to help us in our public financial reporting. These are the future things. BI, business intelligence. We need to by now have a dashboard where our executive controller can sit in his office, will be monitoring revenue. You just look at one screen like this in his office, dashboard. You'll be seeing revenue hitting national government account, expenditure going out, asset, liability. That's a simple dashboard without you touching anything. Just looking at the screen, you know how much revenue hit your account today. That is where we are going now. Business intelligence. Then eGIFMIS portal, we should be thinking about it, where those who are not currently hooked on the GIFMIS can submit a financial statement electronically, and that will be available for audit verification. We talk about AI-assisted analytics. We now have huge data on the GIFMIS. We build that together as a data warehouse and put machine learning on it. AI can help us do wonders in terms of the information it can provide to support decision making. Blockchain technology for revenue. This cannot be duplicated. We secure our revenue stream. Nobody can distort the revenues that flow in. Integrated payroll, integrating the payroll with the GIFMIS, because payroll is another high-risk area. As we speak, payroll runs, we get the data and manually generalize it. No, that's not international best practice. The system should integrate so data flows seamlessly. Digital archiving and audit. We need to have all our documentations archived properly digitally, where auditors can plug in. They are auditing the 2025 annual account. Auditors are asking for figures on revenue, your holding account, the list of holding accounts, who manages the holding account. There were transactions going through their entities, IGF generating entities, their retention rights, how much inflows they have and outflows, how is the money moving. All this information, I say, hey, why are we going to get all these things for these auditors? And Revenue and Cash Management Directorate, are you here? It's a current demand on our head as part of the audit of 2025 annual account. But digital archiving would have just asked the auditors, point them there, go there and pull the information you want. But now we have to manually struggle to put this data together and hand over to auditors. We need to go in. So the future expectation, Madam Chair, is to focus on AI-driven reporting where we can issue a prompt and produce a national account. Entities can just issue a prompt and they get their set of financial statement. We are going there. Predictive analysis, what can happen next? Real-time dashboard, I've explained. Greater transparency we can achieve. So quickly, let's look at some insight from Ghana. We should appreciate the mandate we have as a country. The minister has responsibility under the PFM Act, Section 4, specifically 2E, to produce a consolidated account on all public funds. And that is the responsibility delegated to the controller and accountant to discharge, the reason we produce a national account. The CAGD produce the account and consult with Auditor General to put in accounting systems and policies. And these policies shall be in line with internationally accepted standards. That's where we're going IPSAS. And systems to make sure we produce account on all public funds. At the entity level, you should also submit your financial report to Controller, Ministry of Finance, Auditor General on time. The public corporation are also required to do the same. And the last statement there, the accounting basis of covered entity for the record of revenue, expenditure, asset, and liability shall be on accrual basis of accounting or as determined by the Controller and Accountant General. So we have moved away from cash, even legally. There should not be any entity in Ghana today recording transactions on cash basis because Controller has prescribed accruals in line with the law. And the financial goal of government is to produce public account on a national account on all public funds across all covered entities using IPSAS accrual basis of accounting. And this is the structure of the national account today. The whole of government account, we have this structure we should appreciate. The whole of government sits up there. We have central government, local government, SOEs put together. Now you should appreciate that down there we have MDA 1, MDA 2, MDA 3. The template we share with all of you under the IPSAS is that each MDA, you also have your department, your directorate. So you must have a consolidated ministry's financial statement, being a consolidated account of the ministry headquarters and all your agencies. These constitute your MDA, ministry, department, and agencies consolidated accounts in that order. And this will be used to produce consolidated central government account. So now we do consolidated central government account. Same thing for local government, same thing for the SOE. So we now have 4 consolidated accounts, the whole of government, consolidated central government, consolidated local government, and consolidated SOE. That is what we are currently doing at the National Accounts of Controller. When we add a sinking fund, we add a contingency fund, that gives us 6 different accounts to produce on quarterly and annual basis. Now we are adding the petroleum fund. Once we are done, that becomes 7 accounts we have to be producing as a department on quarterly and annual basis for submission. And the institutional relationship that supports financial reporting at Controller Head Office and across Ghana is what you have on the screen. This is the institutional relationship and data sources for the national account. You see the Controller and Accountant General, because the screens are all over, follow. The place shaded green is where CAGD is. And within the CAGD, we have the Financial Management Service Division, the division in charge of financial reporting. And within the FMS, we have the National Account Directorates. And the left is the internal sources of data at CAGD. This data we manage. We have Revenue and Cash Management Directorates that aggregate the tax and non-tax revenue for the national account. We have Public Debt and Investment Directorates that accounts for public debt and in grant investment, all others. And then we have the Payroll Directorates where we get the data on salaries and pensions, and the National Treasury that we all know as Chief Cashier, statutory transfers, subvented PV, centralized bank account management, amongst others. So the left to the green is data we produce in-house Controller. So any inaccuracies in this from this directorate will affect the national account. Then down there are the external sources of data. That's where we have the ministries, departments, and agencies, MMDAs, and SOEs. And on the right, there are specialized data we also need to add to the national account because we are IPSAS, we are in IPSAS, and we have PFM. So we have the GRA, we have the CAP 30 entities that we need data to calculate the post-employment benefit of employees. All those who are on CAP 30, when they retire, the standard requires that we make estimates and provide for whatever we'll be paying them. And we are now able to do estimation of 20-year provision of all those on CAP 30. So in the national account today, you know government obligation towards CAP 30 employees for the next 20 years. Because once they retire, the standard says they will not have to do anything for you again to pay them. They have earned it whilst they are in service. So we are using actuaries from Senate to help us do this estimate. Is there? And then here, our PPPs, and then Minister of Agri, our biological asset, the Minerals Commission, our gold royalty, and others. These are all data sources we use to produce the national accounts, Madam Chair. So please take note. So whenever you see national accounts, these are the data points. And the process we go through, we all know. We do pre-validation activities where we run exceptions. We clear this exception. We close the accounting period. We run the trial balance to check whether data on the gift is adequate for the national account. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Chair, in all the cases, when we run the trial balance before national account, the data in the gift miss, they don't sometimes even match accounting. You see the huge gap. The reason we have to go across the country to look for this data process outside the gift miss and bring it back onto the gift miss. Otherwise, if you want to use just the data on the gift miss to produce a national account, you will not love what you see. So we want to get to a stage where everybody will utilize every CD on the gift miss. By that, we run this consolidated TB, everything is fine. If we have to call you for validation at all, it's just to confirm some few things to support accounting adjustment. That's where it goes. That's where we are aiming to go. Then we do the data validation, we do post-validation review, we print, and then we submit the account. These are the processes. Now, the data. Madam Chair, on the screen, we have central government data we validated for the annual accounts. Good. So as you can see, the first column is called real. Real is revenue, expenditure, asset, and liability. We also validate for payables. We validate for receivable. We validate for fixed assets. And then we now establish whether a trial balance is ready for consolidation into the national account. So bottom line, you can see under revenue, expenditure, asset, and liability, we are looking at 101 MDAs that we're consolidating. 939 responded. 62, their data is missing from the national. They couldn't come for validation. So even if we have included their data, these 62 entities in Ghana, the monies they utilized, the revenue they generated, we could not validate and include them properly in the national account. So that's a misreporting. Question is, do we have heads of these institutions? Do we have accountants in this institution? The answer is yes. Why would you not avail yourself for accountability responsibility? The list, we have them. They have distorted the national account. So meaning the national account we have submitted to the Auditor General has been distorted by failure of these entities. When it comes to payable, 165 entities could not come to validate. And payable is a key point of interest for government. When it comes to receivable, 293. Now, when it comes to fixed assets, 641 entities couldn't validate their fixed assets. So all the monies you are going for commencement authorization, a commencement warrant to buy, those assets, where are you putting them? You don't want to account for the assets, yet you are asking for money to be given to you to pay. Accountants. So the below are the specifics. We have central government divided into three. General MDAs, we have 228 of them. Then we have health sector entities. We have 679 of them. And we have educational entities for the sake of simplicity. So if you are at the general MDA level, that's your data. If you are in the health sector, your data, because health sector is huge. And educational sector, that's your data validated. Then we come to the MMDAs, local government. Out of the 261, Madam Chair, I'm happy to announce that all the 261 MMDAs avail themselves for validation. Clap for yourself. When it comes to payable, 6 of you couldn't respond properly. You don't have payable schedule. 6. Don't clap for them. 6. They have distorted the data. You could come for validation of revenue, expenditure, liability. Now we zero down to payable. 6 of you are missing. What happened? If you want to stand, you stand firm. Then when it comes to receivable, 8. Fixed asset register, 27. And fortunately, a lot of you, we got your trial balances into the national account. SOE said, yes, now you can clap. There's something we have observed. Controller. Our regional directors are doing so well because they have become a force to ensure MMDAs align. But our MDA directors of finance don't seem to have anybody in charge of them to regulate, to monitor them, or put pressure on them. So everybody is doing his or her own thing. When you go to them, some of them even have the courage to tell you, last year we didn't comply, nothing happened to us, so what is it? Me, I can say, if you want me to mention the names, I'll mention. Because I talk to them directly. And it's very frustrating and disappointing for you, your colleague, to present himself or herself for your team members like this. The MDAs, we should be up and doing, Madam Chair, I'm pleading. Then we are also now getting data from the foreign missions. That's how far we have come. So each quarter and each year, our colleagues across the missions, they also pay attention, and then they give us the data and we consolidate. But, Controller, the good news is that the best achievement in terms of data validation was achieved for last year. Clap for ourselves. So, as you can see from the family, the board, this is the comprehensive view for 2024 account and 2025. 2024, we achieved 87% consolidation. 2024, 87% consolidation. But 2025, we achieved, let me take that again. 2024, we achieved 87% data validation. And what this means is that at the national account level, we can vouch for 87% entities data in the national account. The remaining 13%, we cannot speak to them because we didn't validate. This figure, the percentage has gone up to 94. That's by far a very good achievement. Clap for yourselves. And this is where, Controller, Madam Chair, as much as we are castigating our non-performing entities, we also want to thank all of you for this wonderful contribution. It's been an improved working life together. So let's clap for ourselves. And it is our expectation that the remaining 6%, we will not wait for sanction to complete it. We should be able to work and make our boss proud. That without even them saying anything, we have hit the 100% mark, like MMDA. Can we not do that? Yes. Put your hand on your chest and say we can do that. We will not wait for any sanction. Be a controller. Before you even think of sanction, we'll finish the job. Isn't it? Isn't it? Yes, we'll finish the job. But pay attention to this. There's this international requirement on controller. It's a structural benchmark under the IMF supported program that the Controller and Accountant General should provide comprehensive reporting on central government payables in the national account by ensuring that all MDAs report quarterly and within maximum delay of 90 days from the end of the reporting. What this means, structural benchmark, if Ghana fails to meet this expectation, the IMF money will not come. Structural benchmark is the strictest level of this thing. So to do this, anytime we produce a national account, we have to pay attention to the payables. These figures look small. So this is a 2025 account. The IMF mission coming, this data is gone to them already as provisional data. But pay attention to what I'm coming to say. You see the MDAs, quarter 4, that's the end of year. All covered entities, general MDAs, health, educational, and other entities, statutory funds. So we validated we targeted 104.
Applauded. Baba, Gana Niba. Mauna applauded. Baba, No No Non applaudete
themselves for validation, and the payable attributable to this entity is 44.4 billion. So it means these entities have records to support the validity of this payable. The 168 entities in red, where we have 15 billion, it means the 15 billion reported in the national account, we have not validated it, simply because some officers at these 168 entities failed to respond to the call for validation. And the other indication is that the national account by itself is already distorted to start with. So, when you want to break this down, you come to general MDAs, 9 entities are accounting for 1.2 billion not validated. And the health entities, you see 143 entities accounting for 11.3 billion. Now, pay attention to those figures. In the health sector, we validated for 536 entities, and their total payable is 869. Then, the lesser number that we didn't validate, 143, are accounting for more than double, 11 billion. When I saw this after submitting account to the Auditor General, it triggered my attention, so I probed further. Just to realize that one health entity alone we have overstated payable on the gift fees for more than 5 billion. Just one entity. Simply, if this entity had availed themselves of validation, that wouldn't have happened. And we have to now eat the humble pie. We have to call auditors to draw their attention that we have also discovered some inaccuracies in the accounts. So we have to correct them before they complete the audit. This is what we are talking about, that we should ensure accuracy and reliability in financial reporting. So, Controller, Madam Chair, and colleagues, this responsibility is a core critical national responsibility we should not take for granted, since we are in charge of budget execution, accounting, and reporting. This is the problem we are contended with. Now, another emerging thing from the 2025 annual accounts. The figures are quite small, but let me explain. This is an extract of our statement of financial position for Ghana, 2025 annual. We submitted the annual account to the Auditor General for 2024. Audited, closed. We even went to Parliament to defend. Now, when we were doing the 2025 annual accounts, we asked all entities to submit their audited financial statement as part of the validation for the annual 2024. So we compare the audited figures to the position we have in the national account for the beginning of the year. So if there are changes, we'll pass prior year adjustment to start at 2025. What you are seeing on the screen, the first column, you see the first column is the description, the second is the note. The third one is the original figures in the national account as audited by the Auditor General and published. Now, when all the entities submitted their audited financial statement, we've noticed significant changes in the figures they gave us for consolidation in the annual 2024 account against post-audit position. So we have to we were compelled to restate the 2024 opening balance, closing balances as opening balances of 2025. We have to restate that. And in restating, we've recorded significant prior period adjustment virtually across all lines. The question that has come up was, what figures did you give to national account to consolidate? And what figures did you give to the auditors to audit? If they were the same financial statement, what could be accounting for the significant variation? Check, cash and cash equivalents. Original position was how much? 45 billion, isn't it? But the restated position is 27 billion. See the change. Question we are asking, is it that the entities are giving us different figures from what they are giving to the Auditor General? Or you are just giving us any figures at all for the national account, just for the sake of compliance? Check the ball. And the Auditor General comes to the ground, they see something different. This has caused line by line prior year adjustment, which is raising too much attention. So now we even drew auditors' attention that they should come and find out what exactly is happening at the entity level, vis-a-vis the figures you give them and the figures they give us for national account. So please watch out for that space. It will soon become an issue of national query. That's the position. The same thing you can see for performance. And it is for both MDAs, MMDAs, and SOEs. That's the interesting thing. So it means all entities across government, we are found we are culpable of one form of inaccuracy or the other. So then, based on this, we did some analysis of the financial statement that entities submitted. This screen is for the MDAs. We look at whether you have submitted your financial statement in the first place or not. And this financial statement you have submitted, whether you use IFSA's approved template by Controller and Accountant General. And the financial statement you submitted, whether the data is consistent with the data we validated with you and you sign off. And whether the financial statement you submitted, the figures are consistent with what we have in the GIFMIS in terms of revenue, expenditure, asset, and liability. And then we look at the bank reconciliation statement. The status is what you are seeing. We've profiled 255 entities made up of 228 general MDAs. This one, this group. General MDAs, 128. So we selected additional health institutions in Accra, National Health Insurance, and other. We added together 255. And we wanted to assess the financial statement they submitted. Only 149 of them submitted the financial statement. And 106, representing 42% of these entities, did not submit their financial statement at all to Controller. The question is, how are you accounting for the resources you are using? Do we have heads of account? Do we have heads of those entities? Are they using public money? The answer is yes, yes. Then why not responding to your accountability responsibilities? Then we came to whether they used the approved templates to prepare the accounts. Whooping 67 didn't use the approved template. That's 171 of the 2, but they didn't use the approved template. So if you did not use the approved template, what are you doing? Because the law requires you to follow controllers' instruction for producing financial statement. Then what are you doing? 67%. Then whether the financial statement you submitted was consistent with the data we validated for inclusion in the national account, and whether it was consistent with the data and the GIFMIS, 0%. 100%. All those who submitted their financial statement, 149 entities, none of them responded. We couldn't establish similarity or consistency with the figures in their financial statement that they submit and the figures we validated with them. The same people who sign off and the figures in the GIFMIS. Only 2 entities, Ghana Audit Service and the Electoral Commission, they came close. Revenue, expenditure, asset, and liability. You have these 2 entities, some have liabilities, some have assets consistent with what we validated. But revenue for Ghana Audit Service was different. Electoral Commission also has some differences. So technically, they are also not 100% compliant. So the record as we speak, Controller, is that the financial statement our heads of accounts submitted to us, but we don't know where they got the figures from. If those figures were correct, meaning the figures they gave us to produce the national account were wrong. And the figures on the GIFMIS are also inconsistent. So there is a total confusion in our mind now at the National Account Directory when it comes to the accuracy and reliability of the figures you have submitted. And when we come to the MMDAs, that's for the MDAs. Okay. For the MMDAs, Madam Chair, 261 of them, 74 did not submit their financial statements, though they appear for validation. They came for the validation, we validated their data for inclusion, but now submit your real financial statement for us to analyze. 74 didn't show up. The list is there. Regional directors will share with you soon to know the entities involved, so you know how to deal with the MMF. Whether they use the IFSA's template, 74 of these people didn't use. Those who did not submit, we couldn't confirm. But all those who submitted, all those MMDAs who submitted their financial statement used the approved IFSA's template. Please clap for them. MMDAs. Then the next one, whether the financial statement they submitted they were consistent with the data we validated for them and signed off. Out of the 187 who submitted financial statement using the IPSAS template, 81 of MMDAs, the data in their financial statement is different from what we validated for them. So what is happening? MMDAs. Are we getting the picture? We are talking about accuracy. So now you just don't throw any figures at us. Then we come to bank reconciliation statement. Controller, simple bank reconciliation statement. For MDAs, December, that ended 4 months ago or so, 159 did not submit their bank reconciliation statements. January, 174 didn't submit. February, 179 did not submit. 62%, 68%, 70% of MDAs did not submit their bank reconciliation statement. Let alone we verify whether they are doing. What is happening? When it comes to MMDAs, 74 did not submit, 150 for December, 150 did not submit for January, and 151 did not submit for February. We have all of them, the list. We'll distribute, we'll give it to our regional directors to take on these MMDAs. This is what we are talking about. Lessons from international. This one, when you get the slide, you read. There are other countries, as I mentioned from the beginning, Rwanda, Kenya, Botswana, South Africa. They are doing something, though we are also doing a lot of things better than them. There are special things they are also doing that will help. We don't have time for me to run you through. So I should be ending. Recommendations. So we have some recommendations for the government and Ministry of Finance, for CAGD, the entities, finance officers, our internal auditors, Deputy Director, Internal Audit Agency, I don't know this stuff, and the Ghana Audit Service. First, we need government to provide sustainable funding for the GIFMIS refitting. Where we are now, we cannot survive without the GIFMIS. The volume of data we have, the account we are preparing, there's no way this can be sustained if the GIFMIS is not put in shape. It's just as simple as that. So whatever it will take, controller, for us to get the GIFMIS working and being used properly, we have to do that now. IPSAS training programs, we need to really build capacity on IPSAS. We are not doing adequate training when it comes to the IPSAS, because where we are now, we cannot go back. And then, e-reporting infrastructure, when GIFMIS up, these things should be put as part of it by the government and Ministry of Finance. At controller level, enforcement is the key. We should enforce full participation in data validation process, because that's the only way we can confirm accuracy and reliability of the data we are pushing in the national account. It should be on time. Regular training on the GIFMIS is needed for our finance officers. Regular training on financial reporting is needed for our finance officers across the country, because we are doing whole of government. And above all, there should be swift sanction, especially for our heads of finances who are not complying. Or when you are found to report inaccurately, that head of entity, head of finance, should be taken on. We've also noticed that if our heads of finance were taking time to review the financial statement that they are giving us, some of these things would have been detected. And it's also interesting to know that all the bank reconciliation submitted, most of them were not even signed. So we're wondering whether they were legitimate bank reconciliations submitted in the first place. So our heads of finance, both at MDA, MMD, and SOE level, please pay attention to these things. And controller, we want to appeal that the sanction regime should be tightened and it should work. Entity finance officers, we should adhere to the reporting frameworks prescribed by CAGD. Don't do something different from what controller is asking us to do. The heads of finance should take keen interest in financial reporting. We are leaving financial reporting to be something for them, because it doesn't bring check signing. It doesn't bring payment voucher signing. It doesn't bring anything. So we ignore those ones as peripheral responsibility, other than taking them as the core responsibility. So heads of finance, pay attention to financial reporting issue, because that is the crust of accountability. Internal audit. If possible, can we get internal auditors to be reviewing this financial data before we submit them? It's something we've been dealing with, we have been looking at over the years. No. They what? Did you waste the time? No, hold on. The challenge is the time pressure for the reporting. We know. We even tried at the National Account Directorate that when we produce a national account, we get internal audit to have a second look. But there are two things. First, we need to build the capacity of our internal auditors to understand and appreciate what it takes to produce financial statements and the quality one. Two, the financial statement should be ready on time for them to also look at before we submit. So the timing pressure and others are all part of the requirements. Then Ghana Audit Service, of course, they should audit and get us speak to the figures that are accurate. To conclude, Madam Chair, accurate and reliable public financial reporting is not an option now. It's just a constitutional and moral obligation that underpins Ghana's developmental agenda. The standards as in full IFSA's implementation at the national entity level is no more negotiable if Ghana is to really benchmark herself against our international peer. We need to build capacity, put in more money in capacity building when it comes to financial reporting, train ethical standing so people appreciate the ethical side of things. When you misreport, the effect of it, and we must also train people, build their capacity on professional standards. The systems I've mentioned already, GIFMIS is a must be implemented well and utilized to support the agenda. Last but not the least, transparency through timely publication and open data will also empower citizens and strengthen accountability. The reference point is the case of Estonia and the case of South Africa, where South Africa will publish monthly expenditure report on the world website, where every citizen will know how public money is being utilized. This level of scrutiny is also getting public officers to be more accurate and responsible in their financial reporting. On that note, Madam Chair, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. On the issue of sustained funding for GIFMIS, I think you were in a meeting with Minister of Finance, IMF, Africa, and a decision was taken on GIFMIS, right? So this advice, I think we are hitting the wrong horse. You were there when the decision was taken on the future of GIFMIS. And there's going to be a technical committee, and definitely you'll be a member of that committee. So as a OPP, UPCAGD, when the real horse is there and you are hitting the wrong horse, can we look at the chart where they failed to, there's something that you showed on the reconciliation and then the, yes, the bank reconciliation. Yes, I still don't understand. Is it that the figures were submitted before the financial statements were prepared? Maybe as at when they were submitting the figures to you for validation, this one they haven't done with the financial statement. Maybe, I hope you understand me what I'm saying. If I don't see how they submit different figures, and then when the financial statement comes, it's different from what is in the financial statement. Well, I have to have a discussion with head of service, and I think we can apply sanctions. What is asking us to do to segregate the defaulting MDAs? He wants to know those that come, those who are ministries, right? Then the sanctions under the head of service will apply. We also get in touch with SIGA, the other institutions that are under SIGA, and then we'll see how we can. The sanction regime will apply anyway, because I didn't see why if you are an accountant and you don't want to prepare a financial statement. It's very, very important. And I think it to be unfair and discredit us when we publish financial statements and it comes out that the figures are not realistic. I mean, it's not something that we ourselves can lay so much confidence on. We don't want to publish something and then we'll end up apologizing. We don't want to do that. So we don't want to do that. What I'm saying is that we don't want to publish something and then later on realize that there's something. We don't want to do that. So please, it's very important. So the sanction regime will apply. We will discuss that with head of service And then as from Monday, we'll get in touch and then we'll see what we can do. Top management will take a decision. But we'll do that in conjunction with head of service. So we apply the sanctions. Because if you're an accountant, number one, you don't prepare financial statement. Number two, you don't have your figures for validation. Number three, your figures for validation are also different from what is in the financial statement. Then what are you doing? So we'll look at how we can have those punitive measures. So don't worry. I know you are too emotional about it, but it will be done. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's give controller a hand. Thank you. And I want to explain the question controller asked. The first is, I'm happy controller said it. I was in the meeting and decision was taken on the giveaways, and very impressive. Honestly, my heart is rejoicing from what I'm hearing and seeing. So we pray that they come to reality as far as the giveaways is concerned. It has given us so much hope that we are upbeat to see minister to bring this vision to reality when it comes to the giveaway. So controller, thank you. I didn't acknowledge because I don't want to be the one. I don't know whether it will be acceptable to speak for your minister when your boss is sitting. So thank you very much. Number two, the figures. This face, they know. Don't be particular about showing the face there. Controller, what we did was, we did nationwide validation in February for the annual 2025. And that time, most entities either have their financial statement partially prepared or not. So they brought it anyway. So after the validation, we've agreed, because we have agreed with them what figures will be going to the national account. The expectation is that whatever you brought us for validation, you update your record and now prepare your full-blown financial statement and submit to the Controller and Accountant General as required by law. We also notice people are taking the validation as meeting this legal requirement. No. The validation is an exercise toward the production of the national account. Are you getting it? So you are supposed to submit your financial statement by law before we even do the validation. But in case you did not do, right after the validation, you submit. So when all was said and done, we call for all those financial statements submitted to now align them with the validated position and the giveaways. And we took into consideration what we did for the, for the data validation. Now, what we now need the entities to confirm to us whether those financial statements they submitted, because most of them came after the validation was over, whether they used the validated data to prepare or how they got the data into those financial statements. That's the question we are going to get them to answer. Until then, but to us, they have submitted their financial statement, which we believe should agree with what we validated with them. But that's why we are not seeing. That's fine. The third one, the list of the entities, controller will do that. But colleagues, when they start chasing me, I want to be expressed of fear. I need the national security and my team. We'll give the names, but we need some security when we are moving around. So when they are slapping us in town for reporting them, giving me, I'll give the names. Remember, but in case they want to chink and do something, we also need some defense system. Head of service, some police officers to help us when we are moving around. We'll start reporting. Thank you very much, Controller. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This one, please don't ask any question because time is gone, or they will still ask.
Thank you, Controller. Anyway, Doc, thank you for good delivery. I'm getting confused. When is the validation? Because you are saying that they submitted their figures and you validated and did they agree at what point? Because I'm getting confused. Which figure did they give you and which figure did you have and they didn't agree? Maybe you have to clear that very well. At what point? Because there's timing in these figures that you give.
That's right.
They gave you a figure. Was it a draft or the final figures? You validated. They brought the final figure. It didn't agree with your figure. Which is which? Actually, I'm getting confused on that one.
All right.
So that we know at what point this figure you are reconciling with which figure that they didn't agree.
Right. Thank you very much. So let me clarify using timelines. We did validation in February 2026. And the financial statements were submitted after February 2026 because we used March to consolidate the national account. During those consolidations, nobody is even there to do validation with you. So we ended validation at the end of February. Which time we did not even see anybody submitting financial statement. I can only confirm Ministry of Defense. Ministry of Defense who submitted their financial statement before validation started. I can confirm that. Can we give the Finance Director a hand? Yes. And it's been consistent. Apart from them, we didn't see anybody submitting financial statement before them. There could be others, but I'll get my team to confirm. So most of these financial statements came after validation was done. So it is believed, it was our expectation that what we validated with you might have been reflected in the financial statement. So that's why we were looking at. That's what is not agreed. In any case, even if you submitted the financial statement before the validation, after the validation, you have known the changes. So it's expected that you go and update and resubmit. As we speak, nobody has done resubmission. So that confirmed to us that they prepared the financial statement after the validation. Yes. So to add, please, validation for the first quarter 2026 starts 4th of May. We are producing the whole of government account for first quarter. Validation starts 4th of May to 15th of May. Please, when we go back, we just allow 1 week after the conference. Let's respond appropriately because we are hearing submission of the list of non-compliant entities. We will generously submit the names. Even for the past 5 years, we have the data we can submit to establish the consistency. Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you. Right. They want to ask us.
Okay, so we'll take 4 questions. We'll start from the upper. Those are the upper deck. If you have a question, you raise your hand, and then they bring the microphone to you. Okay, just a minute, sir. Upper deck. Okay, thank you. So come down. You have 1, 2, 3. And then 4. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Doctor, thank you for the delivery. Mine is not a question per se, but some solutions suggestions that will help for the accuracy of the financial statement. We were talking of the accuracy of the account codes that are used. Hello? Hello? From the preparation. Hello? No, the PVs based on the funds enquiry system. And so it is the account codes that are Thank you. So that results in the creation of the accounts. The PVs are generated from the running of funds inquiry on the system. And so the account codes that are used to prepare the budgets are the ones that mostly results in the creation of accounts for the accounting.
you could see that most of our releases are done at the last quarter of the year. And so there's a rush to prepare the PVs. And so there's not much time to do environment. And so they process the PVs and the POs using wrong account codes that were used for the budgets. And so I'm suggesting, as is done for donor and for IGF, let's release the GOG also on control accounts, so that we'll make sure that those who do the POs and the requisitions get the correct account codes from accounts when they're using to prepare their previous one. This is a suggestion we can take to GIFME, so that they do the GOG releases on the control accounts, so that when we are preparing the actual transactions, we can then use the correct codes in preparing the accounts. And then on the issue of payables, I want to ask, are we using claims payable or commitment payable? Commitment payable are the contract sum less the amount paid. But you could see that most of the payables on the GIFME system are claims payable. Claims that we have received, invoices that we have received, IPs that we have received and we processed and are unable to pay. These are the payables that sit on the system. That's why there was a vast difference when we submitted the outstanding to finance. The outstanding we submitted to finance were outstanding commitments. And so if you compare that one with what sits on the system, there will be a vast difference. And so I want, as a national account, for us to decide that which of the payables are we using in the preparation of our accounts. There are a lot, but to save time, I want to suggest that as we do quarterly validations, let's also do quarterly stakeholders meeting, where we will meet after each quarter's preparation. And then we judge or come out with some policies that will help us in the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Doc, we are grateful for your presentation. My question is, you talk about accuracy. I want to know the technical integrity of the oracle on which the GIFMEs run. The reason why I'm asking this question is, in your presentation, you mentioned that open balances from last year were different, which give prior adjustment. And you mentioned that it cut across. My question is, why should it be across board? Then it means that there's something wrong somewhere, which we need to look at. If it's maybe a sample of maybe cover entities which is facing this particular problem, then we say, no, it's maybe their fault. But if it's cut across, I don't see why everybody's prior balances it should be different from what they presented last year. It's technical, there's something wrong somewhere. The reason why I'm saying this is, you prepare the GIFMEs or PV, and then before you realize, they tell you that this invoice prepared has been cancelled in the system. And these are some of the things that the MMDA, some of us face. And if you look at how we prepare our financial statement, we go for validation because the system, what we have in the system is different from what we have at the local level. If the GIFMEs is working effectively, some of us who use the GIFMEs very effective won't have these discrepancies. But because the system is having a problem, that's why we have this challenge. If they can work on this, it will help a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Doc, you mentioned that we no longer submit our annual accounts. We want controller direction to this. We submit our annual accounts to controller and also submit to the Auditor General. The Auditor General, after validation, now submit again to controller. So there's a duplication. And sometimes when we submit early and Auditor General review, there are corrections we do, and now there's a resubmission. So let's get it clear. Which one are we doing? The law says we should submit to controller, but now the Auditor General also have a role to play. So what do we do? We need your direction in this regard. If not, the report is said that as if we are not compliant. Meanwhile, we do.
Another one I want us to know, if you look at our assets, when you were reporting, it looked like we don't even know what we are about. When you come to the MMDAs, when we construct a church compound or a school, in the financial statement, you see it as work in progress. It's an expenditure. At the end of the year, when it's complete, we write off a donation to the school. So maybe let's look at it at the Ghana Education Service or Ministry of Education and Ministry of Health, so that they take them on board. If not, that reporting or under-reporting will continue. Because at the Ministry of Local Government, we only donate them to the ministries. Thank you so much.
The last one.
Thank you for the presentation. Well, you mentioned that there are disparities in the figures submitted by the MDAs to national account and to auditors. But I want to know how the national account does their validation. Because to what I know, auditors go to the extent of looking at source documents. I don't know whether the national account also try to do that, because that's where they try to justify the figures given to the auditors. So I would like to suggest that if that is not done, going forward, try to look at the source documents to as well justify the figures given to national account. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think I've noted 7 questions here. Let me run them through quickly. 3 of them are technical suggestions, but Controller, Madam Chair, they brought up some topical systemic issues. Hello, our brother Solomon was suggesting that we use control account for GOG to avoid situations where people in a rush will go and utilize capital expenditure budget to go and pay stationery. That's why he said it's a reality on the ground, but this thing will subject you to technical discussion. The import is because they say budget is released towards the end of the year. You are limited by time. There's no time to go to the system, doing environment, moving budgets from one line to the other. Even the law has constraints on the environment. So as a result, what we see is that once the warrant has been issued, whether it's for capital expenditure, goods and service, or compensation, whatever they want to spend, they will go to the system, use the code assigned to the budget, process the transaction, and go and pay. If you are going to pay, if you are going to buy stationery, you can even use money meant for a vehicle to go and do that. That's the distortion we are seeing on the system. So he's suggesting that budget should be released at control level, where the entities will have the right to do the distribution of the budget to the line they want to spend on. Solomon, is a suggestion. I'm not sure we should conclude here. We have to sit down on this, sit with Minister of Finance, CAGD, and some selected entities to really discuss whether this is the way to go on the gift list. I'm not sure I can say yes or no to this. It has a very serious legal implications as well. Number 2, are we using claims payable or commitment payable? The answer is claims payable. We are doing accruals accounting. Government of Ghana, we are not doing commitment accounting. So we cannot account for payable at commitment level. Commitment level, you've just committed government, but there is no obligation. So notice that public expenditure travels through processes where you have clearance to commit, stage 1. Then you commit by signing contract, stage 2. At that stage, it's let's call it financial obligation, legal obligation for a supplier to supply. At commitment level, we don't account for payables. Yes, you are committed, but until goods are delivered, contracts are executed, certificate issued and certified, it is not obligation. So we are accounting for payable at claims level, obligation level. So if you added your commitment to obligation, you have distorted the information. If that's what is accounting for the huge payables Minister was talking about, the huge payable Auditor General rejecting, then you did not do the proper accounting. So you should separate your commitment from claims. Commitments are intentions, not obligations. Number 3, quarterly stakeholder meeting. I don't know what exactly the form will be and what to look at. So we can talk about this behind the scenes so I can appreciate the intent better. Now somebody is asking of the technical integrity of the Oracle vis-a-vis the changes we are seeing in the system. Controller is also bringing up some key issue we have noticed on the GIFMIS now. I can confess or confirm that sometimes we finish validation. We close the system, clear all exceptions, close the system. We do validation, update the data on the GIFMIS, run the consolidated trial balance. We start producing the national account. By the time we are done with national account, the figures on the system have changed. We can confirm this is happening. When I was presenting, I explained access control. Whether there is somebody somewhere who have access to change things, I don't know yet. It's something we have to investigate. Whether it's the system itself being manipulated by some system bugs to distort the data, I don't have that answer. So we may have to investigate to see what is accounting for that. And I can also confirm that the validated trial balance of some entities will change at a point for us without us knowing who is accounting for the change. So we have to find the root cause. Well, what we do is when we validate the data for you on the GIFMIS, we run the validated trial balance and we keep it. So if there is a change, we still go by what we have validated because we cannot go back and find out what is happening. So controller is a system issue. The next, submission of annual state financial accounts to Auditor General and Controller. The questioner was asking whether you give account to Controller, you give account to Auditor General audits, and then his account is updated. I'm not sure I got that question clearly, but what we say this, whatever you are giving to the Auditor General, give it to Controller, the same thing. What you are giving to Controller and Auditor General at that point is a draft account. We also have expectation that after audit, figures will change. This should not stop us from producing a consolidated account. That's why when you are coming to the next accounting validation, we ask you to bring your audited position. Once you bring the audited position, we are able to account for what has changed, occasioned by audit. It is a normal accounting and auditing practice. And if the figures have been noticed, we pass prior year to do. What we are complaining about, we are talking about is the materiality. The size of the change is what is giving us this doubt about the accuracy of the figures you give us. Fixed Assets Register, who account for these assets? MMDA, cheap compound constructed by MMDA and handed over to Ghana Ghana Health Service for Education. Who account? Please, fixed asset for the policy, it is the one enjoying the economic benefits who should account for the assets. If the assembly constructs and confer the ownership to Ghana Health Service, and Ghana Health Service is enjoying the economic benefits, please let them account for this in their fixed asset register. Then how NAD does the validation that they don't see what auditors are seeing. Please, we are not doing audits. By you bringing the figures based on the format we've given you, we look at the accounting reasonability. And once it fits into the framework, we consolidate. The expectation that auditors should do proper in-depth audit of the figures we give us. That's why we are open up for audit adjustment. Thank you very much for your questions. Madam Chair, I'm done.
Thank you. Somebody said he thinks we don't know what we are doing. I think from this side. Yeah, we know what we are doing. And then we shouldn't bastardize GIFMIS. Whatever it is, that's the system we are using. Last year we had an issue about a change of figures and others. I think it's happened to a lot of institutions. Some fantasy, even if it's not good, we still have to manage. With or without GIFMIS, bank reconciliation statements have to be prepared. You understand? So definitely something will be done. I know, Minister, we had a meeting, and then within some next couple of months, weeks, a team will be set up, and then we'll look at it. If you have to upgrade it. Initially, the idea was to have a new complicity, the Minister of Finance and other stakeholders. Hence, we should continue to prepare the reconciliation statements. We shouldn't bastardize GIFMIS. Whatever it is, GIFMIS is still happening. It's the only thing we have, is also for now, but it's still But it's still doing well. I think whatever it is. I don't know what we'll have done without GIFMIS. Yeah, so please, we know what we are doing. Don't say you think we don't know what we are doing. We know we are all managing, trying to make sure that it helps us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry, the questions have been exhausted. So, sorry.
I say I will explain, so I'm explaining. If you say, I say I will explain, so I'm explaining. If you say you want more clarification, I said I will explain, and I'm explaining, and say you want more clarification. I haven't finished with the explanation. Let me finish. If you are not convinced, then you say you want more clarification. Okay? Yes, we got an instruction from Minister of Finance that we should be the withholding tax agents for government. So what it means is that we will process, you will deduct the tax on the system, especially for, we cancelled the exemptions. So on the system, there was no discretionary, you didn't have the right to whether to select to tax or not to tax. So everything was done, taxed based on the tax laws. And then at the end of the day, when it is done, the net amount is sent to the MDA, and the tax component is withheld and then paid to GRA. That's what's happening. And that's what's happening with CAPEX. But then we realized that when it comes to goods and service, it was creating problems. Because some of you, the transactions, whether the tax rate is 5%, 7%, whatever it is, you lump everything together under the spending officer's account. Is that not so? And the system, we're taxing everything. That created a problem. And that's the reason why we issued the second circular. That this time, fine, you have the right to select the tax rate on the system. Whether zero rated, 3%, 7%, or 7.5% for goods and service. But we will still pay. So we're still giving you that power. That when the transaction, if it is 7%, you will select. But then when it comes to the payment of the tax, we will still withhold that. The net will be given to you. And then the tax is paid to government. So if it is zero rated, you will decide. And then the circular, if you read it very well, you realize that we said it that GRA and CAG, they will be monitoring. If you select the wrong tax rate, you'll be held responsible. So, Mr., are you okay now? Is it more, have you gotten the more clarification that you wanted?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Controller. Controller, in his various submissions, has more or less given the conclusion remarks that I would have given. And thank you very much, Dr. Mark Efotadade, for the excellent delivery. And for this time around, I think you did well with your time. Yes. So, as he said, accurate financial reporting is a language through which government speaks to citizens and other stakeholders. And when this language is distorted by errors, the consequences are profound. A lot of things have been said, and Controller has also made profound statements that those who have been found culpable in terms of not submitting financial statements and financial reports will be sanctioned. What I find a bit amazing is how CAPEX can be used to process stationery when the chart of accounts and the CAPEX will not have anything like stationery. But it's something that we'll try and understand. So with all that has been said, we realize that capacity building is very important, and Controller, I would ask that if the Ministry of Finance can help the department, we make a special case for training to be deepened in terms of financial reporting. We also mentioned the need to have a very accurate fixed assets register. It's something that it's dear to our hearts. We have written letters for these submissions to be done. Unfortunately, we've just had a couple of responses. We realize there are quite a number of issues or questions about GIFMIS. And just to give you a reminder that there will be a presentation on GIFMIS tomorrow. And so all your questions will be addressed. So I have come to the end of my job. I told you we'll pilot you to a very safe ending, and we have come to that safe ending. So to conclude, the systems to control spending and report finances exist, but our behavior, enforcement, and fragmentation continue to undermine them. We have spoken about commitment control. We have also spoken about financial reporting. Real progress will come not only from new reforms, but from strict enforcement, system integration, and institutional accountability. Thank you very much. I end my case.
Thank you very much, Madam. We are preparing to have our last session, and our chairperson is ready and fired up. So he brings over 28 years of professional experience acquired through progressive assignments within Ghana's public financial management system. Prior to his current appointment, Mr. Che served as Assistant Controller and Accountant General and Director of Finance and Accounts at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where he oversaw the financial administration of the ministry and Ghana's missions in 72 locations abroad. Throughout his career, Mr. Che has served in leadership roles across several ministries, departments, and agencies, and was posted to the Embassy of Ghana in Rome, Italy, as Minister Plenipotentiary and Chief Treasury Officer. These assignments provided sustained exposure to both domestic and foreign service operations and strengthened his understanding of high-level financial operations, compliance enforcement, and risk assessment. Without much ado, let's give a round of applause to our chairperson for this session, Mr. Bafo Che.
Thank you, Madam MC. Good afternoon to you all. Oh, we are already in the evening. Good evening to you all. I think your response is very weak. Good evening to you all. Thank you so much. Please permit me to refer to the existing protocols as I proceed. And thank you so much for the opportunity to chair this session. And to be honest with you, I found myself in a situation where the speaker is my boss. And knowing very well he's my boss and how he likes doing what he's going to do, definitely there will be an issue of time, but I'll try to manage it. Thank you so much. I sincerely accept the chairmanship, and I count on you to support me so that we can have another fruitful session. The topic we have now for this session is ethics, professional responsibility. That's critical. I'll give the opportunity to the speaker to dive deep into this topic so that I don't actually take any word from him ahead of time. On this note, I'll proceed to introduce the speaker as we don't have enough time. Thank you so much. In fact, the speaker is the right person for this session. And let's welcome Dr. Evans Agridakon, the head of the civil service.
Thank you, Che. Well, I always go to any place prepared. You see, I have my own laptop, etc. You don't go and then you can't find this, you can't find that. Then you are all over the place. So please, one of the ethical issues and professionalism is that you always have to have a backup. So you don't complain. I hate people who complain. So if you're in my office and you are complaining, it's most likely I'll post you out. Most likely. So let me ride on the protocols that I established this morning and make some progress. The bad news is that, Chair, when people have had very heavy lunch, there's a high propensity to sleep. And if these people are adult, you can be sure that the troubles are quadrupled. And so there's a very simple strategy that I want to adopt. If I see that your eyelids are flying at half-mast, you know what it means? If I see that your eyelids are flying at half-mast, we'll put you on the board. You know, you see what I mean? And a possible headline will be, oh, Mr. So and so, that's when you are boarding your car. They say, on his way to sleep. And then when you are sleeping, then they say, so and so sleeping at the conference. So thank you very much, Chair, for this unique opportunity. Time is fast spent, but we have an obligation. Is that few on accountant. If I'm going to a bank and I see people in some jaded shares, etc., it's most likely I won't put my money there. See people in some jaded shares, etc., it's most likely I won't put my money there. So you need to dress properly. Not because of conference. It must be a routine. You don't have to wait till you die before they dress you well. That's my principle, that I don't want to die before they dress me well. I will, because the Bible says that the living knows that they shall die, but the death knoweth nothing. So take note. And because you and I are not angels, and I want to submit to us that the very day you and I become angels, we will not be fit for this earth, because the earth is not for angels. It's the reason we build into the governance system a set of accountability mechanisms, part of which will be ethics, professionalism, among others. Otherwise, if you want human beings to behave anyhow, we will like what I call lines of least resistance. Nobody wants to be controlled. But because we want to develop, we want to behave in a particular manner. And that is why the rules, regulations, etc. are necessary to constrain our behavior, to make our actions much more predictable, so that a certain outcome and a certain impact can be achieved. So what we are looking at will be brief background, legal regulatory framework, some ethical issues, meaning ethical violations, consequences, professionalism, some of the ethical responsibilities, among others. Because it's the evening, I won't bore you with a lot of things. So building ethical capacity. I always say that you cannot give what you don't have. It's as simple as that. And that is why the distinctive trait of the bureaucrats is that he knows nothing. And it's that mission that he knows nothing really that impels him to look for more knowledge. So if you think that you have read the highest level and you will not revise, you won't read anything, you won't listen to good news, and whatever you are reading is what is PMP still around, people and places. Mama advises, Auntie Ama advises you, and all of those stories. If that is all you are going to read, and that is why I was telling controller that even your master's degree must relate. If you're an accountant, you have done masters in music, we won't promote you. That's the point that I want to emphasize. So examples of some of the ethical practices, building the ethical PFM culture. We need to have a certain culture. People are going to the moon. At MS2, they went to the moon, the farthest any human being has been to, giving us very serious pictures about what it is that they observe, and even indicating that what they have observed, they think that the human being has not been trained to observe what they observed. We can't clean our gutters in this country. When people are going to the moon, we cannot clean our gutters. We have a huge responsibility. I hope you understand me. We have a very huge responsibility. We need to set up. So look at the culture way forward. Of course, we'll look at summary and other things, and I will do some conclusion. I will be very fast, because the chairman was talking about time, so I'm conscious of that. So my major consideration will be, what will be the concept? What is the professionalism, professional responsibility? What is the relevance? What are the ethical challenges? And then, of course, we propose some strategies that will strengthen. And so what I'm suggesting to us, and something that you know, that the PFM remains one of the most critical pillars for governance, for economic stability, for national development. At its very core, it is not merely about mobilization, allocation, or utilization. We are also looking at responsibility and accountability, or transparency. The transparency, the accountability, those of you in the lotto business, we perm them. So we say law and order, transparency, accountability. These are, words that we perm, for those in the lotto business, for instance. So the idea is that we also want to be sure that the resources are managed in the national interests. What we call the public good, the common good, the general will. Not the will of all, but the general will. Because the will of all contains certain wills that conflict. But the general will is the national interests. What we are also saying is that the true effectiveness of any public management system ultimately depends on certain values. You see, when nobody is watching, how do you behave? What are the values? And one of the biggest challenges we have in this country is people's attitudes to work. Sometimes you find yourself in an institution. What do you want? A front desk officer asking me, what do you want? And I'm saying, you're tourists. What do I want? He's saying, how may I help you? That's more welcoming. Is that not it? Yes. What do you want? So our attitudes, our conduct, our professionalism is very important as we go through this. And so why would we say that ethical considerations will be important? We have already said that the PFM is the backbone of governance. What we are also saying that we spend huge sums of money, over 200 billion annually through the public budget. And that also demands what I will call the highest standards of fiduciary care. Fiduciary. Holding something in trust for people. That's fiduciary. So I will say contract. It's a contract. A contract that we have with the people, a fiduciary care. And so recurring findings from the Auditor General and Strategy, among others, also talk about some ethic deficits. And we need to manage them. The civil service motto is loyalty, excellence, service. And that encapsulates that public finance officers must also embody. Very important. So what are the stakes? that poor ethics in PFM erode public trust. And I was telling Kwesi, early in the course of this morning, I think, that when your wife does not trust you, 5 missed calls from her is a security matter. It's a security matter. I hope you understand. You have to go home and explain. If you happen to live in an area where maybe there's traffic before you go home, plus or minus, so sometimes your wife will know that you will close at 5, maybe plus or minus 6:30 you should be home. 6:30 you are not home, the calls start coming through, and 5 missed calls after 6:30 will be a security matter. Lack of trust. So what are we doing? We are seeking to build trusts within our institutions. And if we build a trust in the institution, my simple explanation is that, look, when people trust you, when people trust the institutions, they become what I call sympathetic evaluators. Even when the institution is not doing well, they are sympathetic because they know tomorrow is another day. Is that not it? Yes, they are prepared to be with you even when the short-term benefits of the policies are not manifest. They are prepared to be with us, to make, stay through to make sure that we achieve the targets that we have. And so, if we reduce the public trust and distort national resource allocation and undermine national development, it will be a wasted effort, and we account for our stewardship. So, what I'm saying is that every public officer here, or a public officer who handles funds, is a steward of the Ghanaian people, and we will account for our stewardship. There are some legal underpinnings, and I'm not going to bore you with that. Anytime you are discussing any policy issues or any, look at the context within which you are taking the decision. Because we are saying the context of policy making. The background then is important. All those things will be there. The principals, standing officers, and all those things. We'll leave that. Unauthorized issues, among others, we'll leave that for you. We know the side charges and all of that. Those things all exist. We know some of the legal underpinnings, accounting officers, and all those things exist. I'm not going to go through those things. Other key legislation, we have the PFM, the Audit Service Act, Internal Audit Agency, the SHRAG, among others. These, I call them the context within which you operate. And what we need to know is that, and this is something I told the ministers when we were organizing the orientation, and as one of the resource persons, I indicated to them that in the public space, the procedures are as important as the conclusions. That you are not going to be a student of Machiavelli and shout the refrain, the end justify the means. Who's harder than my head? No. Why are you saying, have you followed the procedure? That's why I'm saying that the procedures are as important as the conclusions. And so anytime you are operating, the framework must guide your conduct. It is because you and I are not angels on earth. That is why the framework is necessary. If we are angels, these things will not be important, and all of us will be saints. But if you take this out, you are reducing or you are transforming a potential saint into a demon overnight. If you take this off, and you give 1 million cedis or $1 million to me, and there are no accountability mechanisms, overnight I will be perhaps a demon and undermine the public purse. But because of these constraints, you have to behave. So within the public service, the ethics will be the standard and the norm of conduct that the public servants are expected to uphold in carrying out their duties, and this encompasses in issues of integrity, impartiality, legality, transparency, and accountability in the use of public authority and resources. I've always said that positions are not possessions. So if you are occupying a particular position, it's only a matter of time. I have a friend who said that right? So our positions are not possessions. So if you are called upon to account for your stewardship, what are you going to say? It's important. Then ethics also refers to a system of moral principles that govern an individual's behavior. And according to Thomas Garrett, ethics is the science of judging specifically human being ends and the relationships of means to those ends. In some way, it is also the art of controlling means so that they will serve human ends. If you look at it, the differences are just semantical, but we are very much interested in serving human ends. So in the PFM, for instance, the public officers are stewards of the public trust. I talked about fiduciary rights. Trustee beneficiary relationship. So you are part of the beneficiary. You are part of the beneficiary. But there's also a trust. And there are trustees. So the trustee beneficiary relationships. And what you need to know is that, and please take note, that today is the tomorrow that yesterday's policymakers told us we could ignore. Today is the tomorrow that yesterday's policymakers told us we could ignore. If we don't take steps today and deal with some of the critical issues, tomorrow will come, tomorrow will be worse, we'll be worse off, and say, oh, they told us that we could ignore, and then we'll be on. So it is important that we look at these matters, that building public trusts, and also making sure that we manage public resources that belong to the citizens of Ghana and not to our own. I mean, if you have money and you want to buy something, once I was a chief director for 5.5 years, you have money, or you have money in your account, you want to buy vehicle, it takes a long time. But if I had my own money, I want to go and buy, apart from maybe my wife that, you know, sometimes I'm disclosing 50% of 70% or 50% of 100%. Depending on where the money is coming from, you see what I mean? If it's about, if the salary is 100% of 100%, but others 50% or 100% or 50%, and so on and so forth, for security reasons. Please don't report to my wife, because you don't report to my wife. If you report, I will deny vehemently that I never said that. So the standard expected of the public officers is high. That's what I want to say. It's high. It is not enough to act legally. One must also act ethically. So you must act in citizens' interests as against personal, sectional, parochial interests. So this principle, we're talking about accountability. We are talking about selflessness. We are looking at high level of integrity in the way you conduct yourselves. Honesty is important. Issues of objectivity, very important. And leadership. These are not aspirational. They are achievable. They are really achievable. And I'm sure that with some adherence, high level adherence to these principles will make a lot of difference in this country and change the course of this country. So some of the core ethical principles, as you can see, so we're talking about issues of integrity. I've talked about that, and the presentation will be available. So when you go, you read yourselves into the presentation and identify what I call the hidden truth, right? The hidden what? Truth. In other words, read with understanding. That's what I mean by hidden truth. So the issue of accountability is already there. The accountability means answerability, vertical, horizontal. Then the issue of fairness, issue of competence. You can't give what you don't have. It's as simple as that. And that is why you continue to build capacity in a manner that will make your delivery much more professional and so on. Some of the ethical violations. McFord, Doc, the last presenter, made the work easier at this point because he talked about a lot of the areas. Reporting, disclosure, violations, revenue and expenditure violations. If people are using CAPEX to process stationery, those are all violations that you can think about. Asset management, you have to have a very robust asset register because of the fact that you and I are not angels. You know, as a member of the transition team, one of the areas that we had to deal with quickly were assets. And one of the things that really helped during the transition for last year, 2025, was the fact that most institutions had very robust asset registers. And so we could easily trace where those cars, those assets were. Very easy. Otherwise, people become demons overnight and undermine the assets of the state. And that's something that we need to avoid or prevent. Of course, procurement-related violations. Procurement, when I was a chief, I realized there are 2 areas that could easily send you to park. Your accounts area and procurement. Those 2 can easily, the distance between you and park was very short if you don't pay attention. If you didn't pay attention to this area, you go to park, as a matter of consequence. So let's take note as we deal with it, and try and keep proper data, and don't go. Sometimes you watch the park. It's humiliating when they are asking very mundane, routine, normal questions, and people are all over the place. They are in 6 and 7s. They are in what? 6 and 7s. In other words, confused. So let's deal with it. So you know the consequences already. And if you look at the regime, the amendment that have been done, now if you are not careful, the distance between you and Nsanwem will be very, very, very short. So let's take note. Legal and administrative sanctions, institutional consequences, reputational damage, reputational consequences. Sometimes your kids will find out that what is happening, and it's not good for them. They go to school, their kids are asking them, their friends are asking them, we saw your daddy was asking this question. And these days, the kids, my father once said that God is no longer creating human beings, it's only recycling. Right? It's only recycling. And so you see that now, 8-year-old guy, the type of questions he will pose to you, I hope you understand. So it's just a recycle. We said, no, these guys would have been here before. So there are other institutional consequences. Okay? And of course, the civil service sanctions will also apply. Those are the issues, or the civil sanctions, that issues of disqualifications from holding public office, among others. So let's be careful and operate fairly. We are also very much interested in the issues of professionalism. Consistently applying the standards of knowledge. That's why I say that the distinctive trait of the bureaucrat is that he knows nothing. And it's the admission that he knows nothing that impels him to look for more knowledge. So continue to expand your frontiers of knowledge. And what I have observed, Prof, the more you read, the more you know that you do not know. And that is what will make you humble. And so when you are hanging out with people who don't really get it, or who don't understand, they are very difficult people to manage. Right? But those who are amenable to change, and they are prepared to expand their frontiers of knowledge, they are very humble. They are prepared to learn. So it's important that we are consistent, applying the standards of knowledge, skill, diligence, and ethical behavior expected of a qualified finance officer in the public service. It is a demonstration of competence, discipline, integrity, and adherence to established standards. It is also because you and I are not angels on earth. That is why those standards are necessary. Because without standards, human beings will behave anyhowly. Right? There won't be any order. There won't be any predictability. The system will be chaotic. And so we are also very much interested in some technical competence. Here we are looking at mastery of your subject matter. So if you look at the Public Service Commission, for instance, and how people are promoted, one of the areas we look at your competence. Is this person knowledgeable in the area? There are some people you interview them, and then when we finish, we confer, and we say that if we appointed this person, he will be a danger to the society. Not only to himself, but to the rest of all of us. So we are better off recommending to the president that this person, please don't approve. So what I'm saying is that we need to be professionally competent at that level. IPSA standards, among others. And don't wait. And that is why these days we have online systems and online everything. There's YouTube issues that you can listen to very competent people explaining all manner of issues. So we are not using our mobile phone only to read Nanama advises you stories. I hope you understand. But also read all these matters. Very critical. Professional judgment. Judgment is important. Ability to make sound judgment. Good judgment is really what leads to good decisions. Even though sometimes good judgment comes from bad experience. Somebody told me that when you even have bad friends, it's also good because you learn from their bad examples. Due diligence. Continuous development. These are important things that you need to know.
Ghana,